morning. Welcome to the Euroárabe Foundation. First of all, I must apologize because the secretary, that means the person that runs this institution, is not able to be today with us, and she asked me, I'm the vice secretary, to accompany you today in this interesting meeting. We are really glad, and for us it's an honor, we are proud to host you today. And we hope that today will be the starting point for a further cooperation among our institutions. As maybe you know, the Euroárabe Foundation has a research program, is one of our main activities, and we are focused on the development of research, transfer programs, and activities aimed to promote human rights, peaceful coexistence, and social cohesion and cooperation in the EU countries, in North Africa and the Middle East. We try to generate knowledge and also create products and services for the society and professionals in the public and private sector across Europe. In the last 7 years, we have developed 25 European research and innovation projects, and actually we are carrying out a dozen of projects on 2 main lanes of research. We are just focused on research in prevention of radicalization and violent extremism and security, human rights, cultural diversity, migration, and research areas. And sometimes we just do projects where these 2 areas in common. If you want to know more about these activities, we will be glad to inform you. And we have here Javier Ruiz Pérez. He's the director of the Department of Research. Then if you want to know more about this activity that for us is so important, we will be glad to talk more in the coffees or during the lunch. Thank you very much to come here. As I said, we are just really happy to host you, and we expect to be as helpful as we can, and feel free to ask you for anything that you want. Okay, as I say, thank you, and we can start with this meeting.
Well, thank you very much. On behalf of CIDOB, partner institution to this meeting on the EPC think tank forum. So with the idea to gather representatives from different think tanks and academia discussing on the importance and the challenges ahead for the European political community ahead of next week's meeting here in Granada. So under the leadership of CEPS and of Stephen Blockmans in particular, who will be providing more details about the project and the idea of the discussion. Well, for us, it's an honor to, from Barcelona, come to Granada and collaborate on this joint endeavor. So thank you very much, of course, first and foremost for hosting us and for having us here. Yesterday we had the chance a bit to walk around the city, and it remains as magnificent as for the last few centuries. So I can certainly say that. And for us at CIDOB, as a think tank on international affairs based in Barcelona, and right now this year celebrating our 50th anniversary, this is one of the activities that we believe makes total sense. We have always been a think tank open to cooperation across Europe, open to working in networks of European think tanks on the state of play of European affairs, of global affairs, and that is a good representation, and many of you around the table have already collaborated with us in the past. It's a good representation on how think tanks can set things in motion before or even after leaders discuss issues of importance of European politics. And that is clearly the case for next week at the EPC. We've been following this initiative closely since it was born under the French leadership of President Emmanuel Macron, and everything that has happened after that, including the second summit in Moldova, and now in the third summit in Granada, in Spain. So for us, it's there are many questions to be discussed about the forum, whether it's fit for purpose as a platform for dialogue, a platform for exchange, at a moment of European politics and geopolitics that is totally has totally changed after the Ukraine war, but also in terms of what it's meant to do, the European political community as an initiative. Is it meant to have and produce results, tangible results on specific projects, on specific initiatives that the member states of the European political community can basically bring back home and justify their participation, active participation in the community? Is it just a way to have the opportunity to meet at the largest possible scale in across European countries, and thus the photo opportunity is already a message in itself, and that is also. Is it a place for bilateral discussions, and now we see Nagorno-Karabakh as well as being prominent in the agenda? Is it a place for bilateral discussions among leaders on issues of importance beyond Ukraine as well? Does it need institutions? Does it need something to be consolidated as an institution per se, with budget, with a secretariat and so on? All these questions remain unanswered. It's a very nascent initiative, it's an interesting one, but probably the objective of this forum is already to start discussing from the think tank community all these questions that remain unanswered for the EPC. So for us, again, a pleasure to collaborate. Leave it up to Stephen, who's really the leader of the topic, and who knows much better than I do about what we will be doing today and for the future of the EPC. And thanking CEPS as well for counting on us and participating in this.
Thank you. Well, people in the room and online, all our viewers, so behave. This is for posterity. Your grandchildren will remember. A warm welcome on behalf of CEPS, OSF, Open Society Foundations, and in particular its Europe and Central Asia program. Thanks to the Fundación, especially, of course, Antonio, but also colleagues here for hosting us in your beautiful premises here in the historic center of Granada. It's a great pleasure. Thanks also to the Spanish Presidency. Alvaro and Bernon, who is here with us. I'm talking about, of course, the EPC's presidency, although conflated, as we know, especially for agreeing to present your government's perspectives, if not priorities, for the upcoming EPC summit, and in fact also for the suggestion to meet here at the Fundación. Thanks to CIDOB, of course, Paul, in particular Hector, for all your support in bringing this together, in partnering up with us. Of course, happy birthday, 50th birthday this year. So, as you can see, this has been a bit of a collaborative effort to bring this event together. In fact, Ilke at one point, also Nacho, Ignacio Molina, IE University, Elcano Institute in Madrid. They were involved in exploring and in making dinner arrangements. Thank you. I mean, it goes to show that this event has been organized by a group of committed people, is what I want to say. And despite OSF's generous funding, it is being run on a shoestring. And it couldn't be done without, I think, this type of collaborative effort. So thank you very much. Why is it being run on a shoestring? Well, because it was an unplanned forum in the pilot project that was agreed to with OSF, and so we managed to squeeze out some budget because of the underspending in the first think tank forum which we organized in Moldova, foreshadowing the summit there. I'm looking around the table, but I don't see Mihai yet from IPRE, who was instrumental, of course, in hosting us in Chisinau. And then we had the launch of the EPC Observatory in Brussels in June, just before the summer. So anyway, we're very happy that you all made it to Granada. It was not perhaps an obvious trip, but well worth it, I'm sure. For some of you around the table, this is the second think tank forum that you're attending. And we've attempted to diversify the composition of the group, well, in order to, of course, glean new insights but also to grow the community of EPC observers, those that are independent in their analysis and interested in the EPC. I think ulteriorly, you know, to raise a level of transparency of this format, which is otherwise unscripted, as we know, at least to a large extent, and otherwise undocumented, you know, as a gathering of heads of state and government. And so I believe in some way our forum, the website, the observatory, our own writings, our outreach to the media, somehow provide a level of accountability for our dear leaders into what they decide or commit themselves to, but do not dare to write on paper. So that is, I think, a valuable contribution that we can make. And assisting us and the wider public, perhaps also the policymakers, in this effort is the EPC Observatory, which, as I mentioned, is a website in a way intended to provide a sort of one-stop shop, you know, go-to place where everything you want to know about the EPC, neutral in its approach. So it tries to document and create a repository, basically, of statements, press releases, whatever input documents we can gather, but also independent analysis. It provides a bibliography, basically, for your publications and those of others on EPC-related issues, and does provide a sort of data bank for observers. I won't do a presentation of the website. That is what we did in Brussels, but I would warmly recommend that you visit it. CEPS, and in particular my colleague Dylan Macchiarini-Crosson, who couldn't be here today, but who was instrumental in building the website and in keeping it up to date. We rely on your feedback and inputs, basically, to continue to improve the observatory. So we'll be happy to reference any EPC-related publications that we haven't yet listed. We're happy, or we're open to receiving original contributions as well, and I hope that some of the input notes that have been prepared by the impulse givers for today's discussion could go in that direction. Thank you already for doing that, to the impulse givers, that is. So, well, without further ado, I think, you know, we should just get to it. And we will first hear, as I mentioned, from Alvaro Imbernon, the Spanish presidency's priorities. We have until 1:45 in the program, I believe, you know, rather Spanish time, to end the morning with lunch that is followed after, to have 3 roundtable discussions. Before the break, we will talk about security-related aspects of the EPC, and Oana Popescu of the Global Forum in Bucharest has kindly agreed to provide the impulse there. And so after a short break, Barbara Lippert from SVP in Berlin will provide an impulse on migration-related issues, and then Grisela and Ardian Ajkai from the Cooperation and Development Institute in Tirana will provide an impulse on connectivity-related aspects of the EPC. I think when, you know, conceiving the program, I figured that with so many other seasoned experts around the table, there's enough firepower to have an interesting and free-flowing conversation on these issues, not to have too many panel presentations, basically. So that's the idea. I count on everyone's contribution in that respect. You know, bringing thematic but also national, maybe pan-European perspectives to the discussion. Maybe some rules of the game before we get started. If you want to come into the discussion, I would suggest that we just put our name tents on their side, and then the moderator will bring you in the order that they have been raised, and then put them down again, of course. We can make space for two-finger interventions, you know, to make a immediate follow-up to a point that has been raised, but please do not abuse the privilege. Diego, welcome. Your seat is somewhere there. I will kick off the moderation of the first panel, but I will volunteer, you know, to increase the level of participation and keep you on the edge of your seats. I will volunteer to moderators for the other two panels. So with that, that's what I wanted to say by way of introduction. I think the overarching question, indeed, that ties these discussions together is ultimately what value added we see for the EPC format in dealing with issues that already are being channeled in what is a rather crowded space of international organizations and other cooperative initiatives. How can the EPC therefore add value? Alvaro, do you want to kick us off with a Spanish perspective first?
Thank you, Stephens, and thank you, Paul. And thank you also to the Foundation. For me, it's I feel a little bit nostalgic because I have studied very close here in the Faculty of Political Science. And 2 decades ago, I was also a volunteer in this house, in the Euroárabe Foundation, organizing a European meeting. So to come back 2 decades after is really good experience. And I think Granada is the perfect place for this meeting and also for the summit next week, representing also a historical city with international projection, with the European history, but also with other cultures, heritage, that represents very well, I think, the spirit of the EPC. No? Well, to start, I will start with the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the EU. The idea is last time we have the presidency was in 2010. The world and the EU has changed a lot. I'm not going to mention all the crises that we have suffered from 2010. But the idea is that Spain, as a pro-EU country with a pro-European government and a pro-European society, has always been trying to be in the forefront of the European initiatives. That's something that happened at the beginning of the European integration, but also when in the 80s and the 90s, but more recently with the design of the next generation EU funds, also with the SURE funds. We have been opening the debate at the EU level on the reform of the electricity market, on open strategic autonomy, on the reform of the fiscal rules, and right now in enlargement and reform. So what we have been trying to do with our 4 priorities, that they are reindustrialize the EU with open strategic autonomy, a more social Europe, and the green transition, and one priority that is covering all those 3 is to maintain unity. And one of the strengthen European unity. And for all those 4 priorities, EPC is key, because those priorities could not be fulfilled without the cooperation of the wider European political community member states. Especially this crucial one that is to strengthen European unity. That is something that has been maintained, that the last year Europe has overperformed from that point of view, but it's difficult that this is going to continue in the longer term, and to show this unity, especially taking into account the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, it's important to show all EU member states plus EPC member states in Granada to have an image of unity. No? And in the case of the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the EU, our idea has been to start with impetus, and we organize more than 15 informal ministerial meetings, 4 formal ministerial meetings, 1 Eurogroup meeting, and more than 300 working groups and 30 trilogues. Again, one of our main focus is to finish the files that are still open at the EU legislative process, more than 300 when we arrived, and we are right now closing many of those files. Spain is the last European Council presidency complete before the European elections. So our focus is to close those legislative dossiers. Many of those are quite important: migration, the three main legislative pieces on migration, but also the renewal of the multi-annual financial framework, and many others. And from a foreign affairs perspective, what we have achieved until today is the EU CELAC summit organized in July. That was the first EU meeting with Latin American and Caribbean countries in the last 8 years. And our idea is to institutionalize, to have a more institutional relation, that to have meetings every 2 years, and to have a roadmap that has been approved in the meeting, to have a relation with Latin America. And that's important from the point of view of this idea of open strategic autonomy that I will explain later. So also we have approved we have reached an agreement on a SAP, on the ammunition initiative to support Ukraine, and also in the agreement of the post-Cotonou framework. So when Paul and Stephen, they were commenting on the added value of the EPC, the flexibility that allow the EPC member states, the head of state and government, to be together to discuss, but without the pressure to have to approve a final declaration, it is something unique and quite different from the traditional European councils or other kind of meetings, for example, the EU summits with Western Balkans, for example. That the pressure for approving a final declaration sometimes leads to this discussion, but in a different way. So this is a flexible format that is that could be the added value. And if we look to that in the global context of today, with erosion of multilateralism, erosion of international norms, that is more difficult to reach cooperation in global issues. To have all the European states together in one place trying to reach a consensus is for my personal opinion, this is the real added value. Also, as Paul was mentioning, this idea of having all together all member states from all European member states here is a good opportunity for bilateral relations, especially for those states that they have difficult or troubled bilateral relations. That this could be an opportunity to have a better understanding between them. I think in the EPC Observatory from CEPS there is tracking this kind of initiatives that I think would be interesting, and this is after Moldova and the Czech Republic. This is the third meeting. This is only the first steps of these initiatives, and this is something that could be scaled up in the future. So we are starting with, as you know, with 4 different topics that they are going to discuss: the head of state and government, skills and capacities, digital technologies and artificial intelligence, energy and climate, and multilateralism, including the security dimension. So in those 4 aspects, the collaboration of think tanks is key in order to find avenues of cooperation, and this idea of accountability that was also raised by Stephen. It's important to increase transparency and accountability for for the future of the EPC. This EPC summit is going to be celebrated back-to-back with the informal European Council, that is going to be the day after the European Political Community. And this is a way of signal unity around the shared values, because if you have seen what is going to be the agenda of the informal European Council, it's going to be dedicated especially to open strategic autonomy, to enlargement and reform, and migration. Those are topics that the EU cannot achieve alone and needs to partners to cooperate. As some of you know, we organized the GIMNIC, the Informal Ministers, Foreign Ministers of the EU meeting in Toledo a few weeks ago. And at my level of policy planning units, we also have a meeting in Toledo, and the main topic was to discuss strategic openness. And because we don't want to focus on terminology, in the case of open strategic autonomy, we think that open strategic autonomy is more about the strategy than on autonomy, and we really believe in the open side of the concept. So our idea is how to diversify in cooperation with third parties, in order to reduce dependencies and vulnerabilities of the European Union. Spain is a country that has benefited very much of openness. It's something that we have in our DNA as a country, because in the last 4 decades, Spain was a very close country, and it has opened up, and most of its economy, society, is based on relation with foreigners. You could say we're the second country most visited around the world. We have an economy that is clearly internalized. So we really believe in that, and we also think that in the DNA of the EU, interdependence from the Schuman Declaration is a key issue. But the world has changed very much in the last few years, and we have to change with it. That's the reason that 10 months ago, the Spanish government started a process on open strategic autonomy together with 27 member states. And that has concluded with a document that is called Resilient EU 2030. It was presented by the President Sanchez last Friday. And in this document is explained how to reduce those vulnerabilities and dependencies in a more closed world that is and a more geopolitical world of power, great power competition, and what could be the role of the EU in this context, not only on defense but also on trade and in other many areas. And this document is a base for the debate in the European Council in Granada for the head of state and government, and the idea is to approve a declaration on those issues. And the idea is, and if you analyze this document, you are going to see that most of the topics that they are discussing in this document, you need the cooperation from non-EU member states, and especially EPC, that is our neighborhood, the ones that share our values, the ones that they are closer to us. And that's an important thing for us, and that's because if you see the 4 fields of the EPC summit, they are very close to those that they are in the document and would be also in the formal council. And then the other topics that they're going to be discussing in Granada in the informal council it's on enlargement and reform. As you know, there is a new impetus on enlargement. The Spanish Presidency has been quite supportive of pushing for a new impetus on enlargement. And we have to think how to be ready for an EU of 35 member states. In my case, I have been using in some places this idea of fit for 35, that we have to be prepared for an EU of 35 member states, meaning we have to change in our decision-making processes. We have to think in how is the working of our institutions, what do we do together, how do we decide, and how do we match means and ambitions. And for doing that, acknowledging that enlargement is a geostrategic investment in peace, security, stability, and prosperity for the EU, we have to be ready. And in the case of migration, that has been included in the last week, and it's also important to how do we balance solidarity with the security of the external borders. And as you see, the 4 main priorities of the Spanish Presidency, of the Council of the EU, also the agenda of the informal European Council here in Granada, it is all about how the EU has to cooperate with third parties, and those third parties that are closer to EU member states and EU institutions and EU values and EU common foreign and security policy are those that are closer to us, that they are the European ones in the East, in the Western Balkans, and they're Turkey, that they're part of the EPC. So I'm here to listen to you, to try to steal your ideas today, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alvaro. Well, I have many questions, but I don't want to hog the microphone, and as I said, it's a free-for-all. So if I don't see the name tents rising, then I will take the floor, but by all means, it's an encouragement to pose any questions or make any observations. I think directly still to Alvaro, we haven't foreseen really in the program any time for it, but I hope you will indulge us nonetheless, Alvaro.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Alvaro. There are some member states in the European Union enthusiastic about the idea of EPC. There are some other member states, I wouldn't say a skeptic, because I think the idea has been welcomed by everyone, but that have some doubt, some hesitation in how to handle EPC and at the same time the priorities of the European Union as organization and the trade-off between paying attention to EPC and to the EU. I'm particularly thinking about the Spanish government as holding the rotating presidency of the Council with so many priorities. You have told us some of them, not all of them, and there's an incredible agenda, very hectic topics. So the point is, do you think that for a member state such as Spain, who is pre-European, that was preparing the presidency of the European Union Council for so long, to have this responsibility is an added value, is a plus, or perhaps is it just that you have to accept that you are also holding the responsibility of organizing this summit in Granada, but it has not been very high on the agenda. So what's the relation between EPC, member state, which is worried about the semester, and at the same time having responsibility for EPC? So I know it is not, well, that's my question, and if you want to react, thank you. Sorry.
We'll collect a few. Sebastian. Oh, can you please, I've introduced some of you, and Nacho was one of them. I've introduced. But for those who haven't, so okay. Maybe brief.
Sébastien Maillard from the Institut Jacques Delors. Thank you again, Stephen, for gathering us, and we're all glad to be in Granada. I have just some very, very basic questions so that we all understand what we're talking about and what will happen next week. Firstly, since it's only the third summit of the EPC and there is no written rule on how it's proceed. Can you tell us how did you work with the Moldavian government or even perhaps Czech or the forthcoming summit with the British? I mean, what is the making of such an event? Do you have a Sherpas meeting before? And can you tell us a bit more in details of how it's actually you get to the summit next week? Do you expect all 47 heads of state or government to come? Is the Turkish president coming this time? Will we have? You confirm that the Armenian and Azerbaijan president and prime ministers will be there. Can you tell us really? Are there newcomers perhaps coming, or even on the EU side, the president of the European Parliament, Josep Borrell? I expect him to be there. But who will be really in the room? And yeah, that's it.
Florent.
Yeah, I had also the same question as Sebastian about how much coordination you had or talks with the colleagues from Moldova and maybe in the UK. The other one is, well, the summit in Chisinau happened quite not so long ago. Then you had a summer. Do you think that twice, so from a practical point of view, twice a year, considering also a summer break, is too heavy just to organize and to plan and to push for, just to prepare a new summit, you know, with so many participants? Is it something which you have considered?
Can you briefly introduce yourself?
Sorry, Florent Marciac, so as the French Institute of International Relations and also French Center for Rapprochement in Europe, in Vienna and Paris.
Okay, Alvaro, why don't you start with those?
Okay, that's three very interesting questions. To have as Nacho Molina question, if it's useful to have together the informal council and EPC, from my point of view, I think it's a way of showing how much important are those states for the future of the EU, for internal issues and also for external issues. Meaning that, for example, in the formal European Council in Granada, we are going to discuss not only topics that are hot today, that are important for today, but the head of state and government are going to do is to think in the middle and long term. So one of the ideas is to discuss the general political direction and priorities for the years to come, and with the setting of the strategic agenda for the next European institutions, especially the Council, no? After the European election next year, no? to the European Parliament. So this is to set in the strategic course of action. No? The idea is, and why not to have our closest partners with us the day before? So from my point of view, this is when we are thinking in the middle and long term, to do it together with our closest partners, that they are EPC partners, I think is quite useful. And we really, after a decade of crisis that we have been thinking very much in ourselves, I think it's time to try to look to what is the global context in which there is more hedging and erosion of multilateral institutions, and how the EU could manage better in this world, diversifying and reducing our vulnerabilities and dependencies, but in a strategic and open way of doing that, and not only with protectionism and closing it to ourselves. So, from my point of view, yeah. And the other two questions is on the way to Granada. Of course, from last year, we have a trio of presidencies together with Moldova and the United Kingdom that we have been working at so many levels, also in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also especially in the Sherpa network, the Sherpa of the Prime Ministers. So we have cooperated very, very, very well with Moldova. We have been in contact many times. The authorities of Moldova have visited also Spain many times in the last year. And so we have a good relation, and we have tried to continue with the work that has been done in Chisinau, and not to break it or change it completely, and to try to maintain the path, you could say. And on the participation, I'm not allowed to say anything, because I think even if it's not completely closed, but I guess we're going to have a very good participation, and this is what we expect from the member states, also from European institutions. And on the last question on if twice a year is too much, the presidency should be neutral and not try to to manifest it very much. But that's a debate. That's a debate that the member states should try to reply and to answer, and we'll see.
Well, perhaps the think tankers and scholars around the table have their own opinions that they would like to bring to the table at one point as well, not just in the Q&A with Alvaro. And Alvaro will be here for the entire morning, so we will quiz him further. But I'll take in this round, nevertheless, Alvaro, 3 more questions: Tiona, Teresa, and Ziga, and then we'll move on to the security panel.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Teona Kioshuli. I'm from the School of Transnational Governance. Alvaro, I have a question to you about how broad is the ownership of a president country? Because what I have heard is that it is completely up to the president country to initiate. To what extent there is also this aspect of continuity. And we have seen also in Chisinau that Moldova was quite free as well to put on the agenda the issues that were in its interest. So if you could explain the specificity, how it works, whether you communicate also with other countries, they give consent, or also with council. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Teresa Fajardo from the University of Granada, and my question is related with a widening of the priorities, and in particular when you mentioned that the Spanish Presidency wants to go further in the case of migration and maybe to close some of the chapters of the Migration Pact. And in this particular case, I would like to address the issue of values and principles for the ECP. You mentioned the internal and the external dimension of the European policies, and in this particular case, for me, it's quite interesting just to have the opportunity to reflect on the fact that in the internal dimension of the migration policy, the principles of solidarity or the principle of non-refoulement, some principles related with the standard of human rights are not supported with statements that are clear about them, but the operative measures that have been taken in the last years are restricting these principles in the internal dimension and in the external dimension in our relationship with Morocco, for example. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Gigafactor from Czech think tank Europeum. I wanted to actually follow up on the questions related to cooperation with the other countries organizing the summit, but also the coordination potentially with the EU institutions, specifically if we talk about the Secretariat of the Council. I believe this is something that we will be discussing a bit more today. But being kind of familiar with the Czech setting when the Prague summit was organized, there was a lot of chaos, and I would have to say that thanks to the coordination with the Secretariat of the Council, but also some of the consultations with the French, the Czech made it a success in the end. But what is the Spanish view on, kind of maybe institutionalizing at least this coordination with the EU institutions when it comes to the organization and also with other participating countries? Because this is something that we've all been discussing, like who can be part, who can join, looking into the follow-up summits either in UK or potentially in Budapest. I wouldn't be surprised if Orban decides to invite, for example, Kazakhstan, talking about nuclear fuels and, you know, the energy supply to the EU. So where does the Spanish see this coordination and potentially, you know, how does the cooperation with other participating countries work on who to invite and who to not? Because just to finish up, the Czechs, for example, wanted to invite Israel, but they've been told, and I'm not sure who told them, that this is not a good idea and that other countries would be against. So this would be it for me.
Thanks. Alvaro.
Okay, three quite interesting questions. On the agenda, well, there are questions that are close one to other. On the agenda is what we have done is to have some continuity with the Moldovan meeting, and the approach of Spain has been to do it in a very constructive, open, and especially non-divisive way. So trying to do not impose on others topics that they are not happy with. So the idea is to have something that is the head of state and government could have some freedom to discuss on topics that are quite on continuity with the Moldovan presidency, that they are close to our 4 priorities, that they're important for Europe today, but in a non-divisive way. On the question of migration, this is more for the council, for the informal European Council. Well, you know that the pact on migration and asylum is still open. There is a window of opportunity right now to finish this, but it's one of the most difficult issues to reach a consensus at the European level. Right now, well, this is composed by 5 different legislative pieces. 3 that are still open, 1 that there's more debate in the Council, and we'll see what's going to happen until the end of the semester. But our idea is try to push for an agreement. That would be quite important. But always we have. In the past, we have been quite vocal on the external dimension of migration for the EU and how important it is and how important it is to cooperate with third parties. And of course, you mentioned human rights. That should be 100% fulfilling European values and taking into account the human rights. And the third question on is who compose the European political community? This is a quite interesting question. Again, we have been trying to do it in a non-divisive way and with a consensus and unanimity of all the countries that had been in Moldova and in Prague. And in this case, there is something new that we have 3 microstates, that is Andorra, San Marino, and Monaco. Those 3 microstates, they are right now negotiating an association agreement with the EU. 1 has been retired in the last few weeks, but the other 2 are still negotiating this association agreement. And on the debate on institutionalization, this is a debate that we had in the trio of presidencies. But again, this is something that we have to discuss between member states, and not the presidency should not try to push for one thing or another. Your ideas, the consequences, your ideas from think tanks, of the consequences of having a more flexible structure or a more institutionalized institution, organization, it's important for us to listen what could be the consequences, if it's have some, what do you think about that, and what could represent for the future? And you have to, and another interesting question you have mentioned is the relation with European institutions, especially with the Council Secretariat. We have a very fluid relation, and we have cooperated very much in the organization of this meeting. But for the future, it's interesting that listening to you is how European institutions should cooperate with EPC, especially in terms of budget. It should be there any relation or not, in terms of, for example, the European Parliament, different agencies, in different policies, if that has to have any relation or not. What we have made clear from minute one on EPC is that in the case of Spain, we think that EPC, it has an added value, but we don't want the EPC to be an initiative that is trying to have the same function of OSCE, of NATO, of enlargement. So this is not any substitutive of enlargement of the EU at all. There are two different complete processes, and we don't want to combine them or try to mix it in any different way. The EPC is a unique initiative that has their own life, and not try to substitute the functioning of other institutions. This is quite clear for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvaro. And as said, we look forward to your further interventions as well, of course. But I'm keen to move to the first cluster topic, if I may, the one on security, and maybe latching on from what you just said. The informal European Council of next week is expected to produce a declaration on increasing defense capabilities for the European Union in view of the Russian aggression. If even the EU is now, trying to flex its muscles, what security arrangement, can the EPC really fulfill? Is it then, perhaps, but that's a question for Oana, of a more fluid nature into reconstituting or shoring up the European security order that the OSCE was supposed to embody and support? Anyway, that's just a segue into your impulse. We look forward to your ideas, and thanks for the input note.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Stephen. And I must say, this is meant to offer food for thought. So I have tried to compile some of the opinions that have been put forward either by experts or within the framework of previous summits. Clearly, I have also tried to kind of select and prioritize according to my own opinions, but this is rather a selection that's supposed to kind of provide fuel for our debate today. And I will try to tell you about 4 aspects. One, why I think security is key to the EPC and will remain so moving forward. 2, what kind of debates and what kind of action can take place within the forum of the EPC as opposed to other places, as has been mentioned, the EU, NATO, and so on and so forth. And then looking beyond EU member states and perhaps even Europe, whether the EPC should or shouldn't do that. And finally, we'll also have kind of an unstructured laundry list, because frankly speaking, I think that's where we are in terms of potential concrete areas of action and the focus for the EPC in the realm of security. So to start with, why security will remain key? Well, for one, because the EPC was born out of the challenge posed by Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It is what caused it to happen in the first place, and it is the main coalescing factor bringing together countries that otherwise have significant differences among themselves. The interest, what keeps them together and what keeps them participating, for now at least, twice a year, let's see whether that's going to be more difficult moving forward, is the interest in security, and I think the lowest common denominator is this agreement on a very basic non-aggression and stability principle. I don't see much agreement beyond that, but I think that, given the polycrisis that we are currently experiencing, and given the need to translate these kind of grand geopolitical challenges gradually into practical level action and thinking, the EPC provides a decent forum to do just that. The other value that it has when we look at security is that it can bring the likes of the UK and Turkey together with EU member states, aspiring countries and whatnot, to have a significant discussion on joint defense. Despite the fact that many countries are reluctant to potentially to the EPC potentially overlapping with the EU enlargement process in any shape or form, the recently published report of the Franco-German Working Group on EU institutional reform actually mentions the EPC, I think not necessarily explicitly as part of the EU enlargement, but as a potential antechamber maybe. Anyway, the fourth outer tier of European integration. And what it says about this outer tier is that essentially even countries that don't want to become EU members, don't want to share more in terms of commitments and joint interest with other countries, can come around geopolitical convergence and political cooperation in policy areas of mutual importance and relevance, such as security, energy and the environment and climate policy. So these are quoted as, again, the lowest common denominator. Now, that being said, what can it achieve and what kind of debates can be had within this framework? I know I differ somehow from Stephen on this one, because I think that perhaps so far the highest value of the EPC has been represented by its non-normative framework. The level of the challenge, of the compound challenge that we're facing is such that I believe a normative framework and the, a commitment to a final declaration or anything that participating countries would have to sign up for would actually reduce the space for genuine conversations. I'm not sure if moving forward this is going to be something that we can perhaps gradually aspire to, but for now, given that all the other institutions do have very clear rules, very clear norms and values at their core, the feeling of freedom, let's say, around the table to actually engage, even among countries that really don't see eye to eye, is something that should be preserved for now. There is value also for those participants that don't get to meet their counterparts as often as, say, EU and NATO member states do. For instance, Western Balkan leaders, Armenian and Azeri leaders, and so on and so forth. That is not to say necessarily that these interactions are always meaningful and productive, but they're probably better than nothing. Also, the other value that the EPC can have is that it can stay as a forum for ideas and trust building, and then to serve as a sort of a precursor for action, I wrote, which is essentially, rather than thinking about it as an operational body that has to deliver something, we can think about it as, again, an antechamber where things are discussed in an atmosphere of trust and inclusiveness, and then the results can actually happen in different fora, or not, but at least the discussions can be had, and I don't think we should necessarily expect that they produce results in the same forum. how not to sacrifice values and human rights and cohesion in favor of realpolitik. That is a question that might have to be addressed in the future. Do we need to define at least a baseline of minimal shared values as a prerequisite for membership? Do we need to agree on a set of basic common strategic objectives that would be much more clearly articulated so that this forum doesn't dilute the essence of European values, let's call them generically. That might be the case because it is very likely that over the next years, if it survives the next years, this can be a venue for pan-European consultation on dealing with Russian aggression and for the eventual aftermath of the war in Ukraine. It can also serve, at least the French would like it to, as a venue for discussions on engagement with post-war, post-imperialist Russia, if that is something that will emerge. And these are potentially divisive topics. So there's a question whether this whole discussion should start from this baseline of clearly defined values and objectives. The EPC started as an eminently European forum. However, there are already countries that express concern over the complete absence of the United States from the discussions in any shape or form, whether as some sort of an associate member, observer status, parallel meetings, or whatever. And one of the reasons is they see this as potentially this French version of a multi-speed Europe that's actually going to conflict with enlargement and dilute European cohesion and serve as, again, the precursor to a multi-tier Europe, which essentially also chases the US outside of Europe. And these countries that express concern are those that might be on the outer tiers, Central Eastern Europe, for one. So that, combined with the fact that the UK has already demonstrated its relevance to the EPC and has found a venue to come back after Brexit in a structured way as an important player in European security, not to mention the fact that, again, irrespective of the usefulness of European efforts to design some form of European security architecture and increase joint defense efforts, the role of the US for continental stability and security is still fundamental. So then the argument goes, why would the US not be a part to all of these discussions, since in practice we cannot really manage without them anyway? So then they should be at least part of the discussion in some form. That being said, I think the other question is not looking beyond Europe, but looking beyond the EU. It's been mentioned already that there will have to be a relationship with EU institutions and especially on budget and funding, because that is potentially where part of the funding, where much of the funding can come from. And then the challenge will be, how can the EU be a player but not be at the core of the EPC, in a way that this is a forum for European security, not for EU level security. And then why is this a challenge? Because within the EU, and we have seen advances in joint purchases and potentially the European industry getting some sort of a boost against the background of the war in Ukraine. But within the EU, trust already exists, and it doesn't necessarily beyond the EU and with other partners in Europe. So then we will have to find a way, I suppose, for the EU to be present, but not central to the EPC, and to find ways of building enough trust beyond the borders of the EU. And now to end with the laundry list of potential areas of action. At its core, the EPC in the short run will probably remain mainly a venue for strategic dialogue and political crisis management. At the very top, probably everything centered around Ukraine will be very relevant, and I would argue that it won't just be Ukraine. It would make more sense for this to be seen as some sort of Ukraine-Moldova security complex. And that is also because this is not going to be only about military security and defense. It's going to be about the sustainability of solidarity lanes, perhaps a venue to come up with ideas for the provision of security guarantees, because many commitments have been made bilaterally, but nothing has actually been agreed concretely so far. Division of tasks when it comes to ensuring the security of Ukraine and its neighborhood, including Moldova. Even farther beyond that, Black Sea security more generally. Again, in light of the recent escalations around the war in Ukraine, with drones accidentally falling in Romania and Bulgaria, drifting mines, threats to civilian vessels, the Black Sea is likely to feature more prominently. And I would argue it would be a very good place to strive and keep Georgia close as well. It remains to be seen what place Georgia will have in the future EU enlargement decisions. It would be a mistake, I believe, to just allow it to slip back into the Russian sphere of influence and thus close a gateway to Central Asia for Europe, just because circumstantially at this point the government has taken a completely different direction than we would have hoped. Deconfliction will remain a core dimension. How effective, I think we'll see if anything comes out during next week's summit between the Armenian and Azeri leaders. The Serbia-Kosovo normalization process can be discussed there. Secessionist rhetoric and actions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and even conflicts outside Europe, from China-Taiwan to the coup in Niger and Russia's disruptive presence in Africa. Again, we are not necessarily going to see results immediately, but I think this will be a place where we can keep avenues for discussion open. Countering malign foreign influence, hybrid threats, and threats to democracy is likely to provide a coalescing factor for participants. Everything from geoeconomic resilience to resilience against malign foreign influence and coercion. Energy security is already a separate pillar, but then trade and food security, supply chain disruptions and potential financial instabilities, climate-driven instability. All of these are, let's say, softer issues than clear defense issues that can be debated. And then a few areas of resilience that might garner interest because not all of the participants have access to other structures of cooperation, or simply because of their saliency and immediacy. Cybersecurity, perhaps in the form of joint exercises where NATO could also play a role, countering terrorism, nuclear safety, critical infrastructure protection, civilian crisis management and disaster relief, and then critical raw materials supply chains. But these are all essentially potential areas of cooperation, and then I guess we'll see from one summit to the other what actually can stir interest and bring countries together around it.
Thank you, Anand. This was very rich. Yeah, endless potential, but what sticks? I'm looking around the table whether there's any interventions. Diego, we've agreed to first introduce ourselves, so go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ona. I'd like to ask about difficult issue now, which is the personality of the task of EPC. EPC is a response to geopolitical challenges because, in my opinion, the main purpose of EPC remain blurry. I have here some possibilities about the main purpose in depth of EPC. Why EPC? Consolidation of European identity, it could be. An attempt at disrupting the EU enlargement, a tool to unite the European family, a multi-speed Europe, to structure Europe, to bring together the EU's neighbors after failures happened, against supply chain disruptions, rallying the European family against Russia, which is exactly the main purpose of EPC. I think there is no clear reply to this question. And without a clear purpose, EPC could death immediately. Which is, in your opinion, the main reason for the existence of an organization like EPC?
Thank you, Diego. López Garrido at the Fundación Alternativas,
Yes.
former State Secretary of
I'm the head of a Spanish think tank called Fundación Alternativas, Alternativas Foundation, and Spanish think tank.
And former State Secretary for
Thank
European Union Affairs. Arjan.
Thank you. My name is Ardian Hachkai. I work for Cooperation Development Institute with my boss at work and at home, which is on my right side. We come as a tandem, economies of scale. My question is very short. I noticed that you said that the dialogue of Kosovo-Serbia can be dealt with under EPC. What would be the added value?
Thank you. Teresa?
Thank you very much for your presentation. When you mentioned the fact that there is a non-normative framework for the ECP, when everything started with the French presidency, I thought that it was a great opportunity to make this addition between the political community and the normative community of the European Union. And at the same time, I was, because I have not just an English background, but a French background, and I always think about the guide de la charrière, la politique juridique des États. In this case, I was thinking about the opportunity for the European Union to develop a legal policy, a legal external policy with values and principles. Especially because in these times, with China opposing treaties and with having so many problems with other allies in the United Nations and the multilateralism, I think that it is a time of principles. I mean, we won't have treaties, we won't have agreements that will establish very clear obligations. So we are I mean, we are progressing in a path in which we are going to have some sort of governance by principles, because it's what China and other countries want. So this is why I think it's the time for the European Union to establish very clear principles and values for this ECP. But I have the impression that it's just a temporary response to geopolitical situations, and we are not considering this opportunity to go a little bit further. I mean, to recover this idea of having une politique juridique pour l'Union européenne. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Can I maybe latch on and seek a clarification from what you said, Juana, on the coalescing factor of the adherence to the principle of non-aggression? Really? Azerbaijan? Serbia? I wonder if you could spare some extra thoughts on that. Florent and then Sébastien.
Yeah, I think it comes also to what Teresa is saying a little bit. The EPC, I'm wondering if it is only we're talking about a short-term functional platform where we try to achieve efficiency maximizing things like with more or less success and navigate that, and then it's understandable that informality helps. So if it's just like a reaction to the geopolitical context, and then geopolitics stands very high, we're just thinking in terms of time now. So finding allies, trying to maximize things, and that's the goal of the EPC. That would be one. Or if the EPC has an ambition for le temps long, some long-term aspirations. So we always bring back the values as if it's an answer to anything. But to be honest, even within the EU, we talk about values, but values are there. We're not talking about trajectories. If we're talking about temps long, we don't talk about what we have or we should have. We talk about something we would like to build. And here the question comes to the relation between the EPC and the EU. The EU is an aspirational project. This is a civilizational one, which is not working perfectly, but it has this ambition. If the EU tries to export this ambitional project in the EPC, then what we come down to have is EU-centric EPC with these proposals, for instance, of the Group of the 12. So this is the EU in the middle, transposing its aspiration around, based on what is asserted are values, not trajectories. Within the EU, we have a lot of dividing lines in terms of visions, what we would like to have. We will just transpose them on a bigger scale. It doesn't mean, what I'm pointing is, I don't see point of contentions, but I see a lot of unexplored potential here. Informality helps us to navigate short-term challenges and maybe have some results. But if we can avoid copying just an EU model-centric and extending it beyond, but keeping a very high level of minilateralism, where states can try to push together, whether they're EU members or not, towards some kind of trajectory or some kinds of aspirations, which all the member states do not share, that is the place where the EPC could be used to create some critical mass in giving some positive trajectories, which we don't necessarily have within the EU, and there's some aspirational fights to have, debates. So on speaking about temps long, so that is a full potential. If we admit the fact that the EU centricity is necessary for short-term purposes, we will lose the creativeness or the innovation potential that unilateral innovation, so policy actors could bring on the table. So keeping these two elements, informality and unilateralism, paradoxically could quite help on both sides of thinking the short term and the long term, I believe, while not knowing yet exactly what it delivers.
Thank you very much for your discussion paper, which gives lots of food for thought. On the EPC as a community of values, I think the EPC has given up on values even from the very beginning. It's a community of interest bound by our geographical ties, but although the Council of Europe is there to live for the European Declaration of Human Rights, the EPC does not concentrate on that, which does not mean that it has no principles, and I think you were right to point out the principle of non-aggression. I was very shocked, I think as all of you, of course, of what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh and the way Azerbaijan aggressed Armenia. Perhaps it was naive to believe that just because you are a member of the EPC means you don't have such relationships with your neighbors, but I mean, it's really a slap in the face of the EPC that such things occur between members of the same so-called European family. And so we have never excluded anyone from the EPC, but I mean, you may wonder why the president of Azerbaijan can just come to the EPC in Granada summit next week as if nothing had happened and just and sit side by side with all his other counterparts. I think even if it's not values-based, we reach a certain limit of what exactly is acceptable in the frame of the EPC, or if it, at the same time, it shows the necessity of all those bilateral meetings that the EPC can host, and it happened in Chisinau, it happened in Prague, and it's very useful, but it really shows the limits, and I think the principle of non-aggression between the 47 states participating in the EPC as part of the basic rule that obliges, I think, is otherwise it's meaningless. And the reason Russia is not part of it is really because of what it did to Ukraine. So if other states do the same with others, the EPC becomes pointless. So I think really there we have an issue, and I think I would like to have your thoughts on that. And the second point, I would be very cautious on the US. In the sense that if you start having a US president in the room, if I try to imagine a summit in the UK next year with a US president, then the EPC really starts to look like something else. Not to mention even if it was one day Donald Trump coming into the EPC summit. But I mean, I think really this is not what the EPC was about, at least in Macron's mind. It's really to be 100% European, in the greatest understanding of what European geography can hold, and that's why it goes all the way from Iceland to Azerbaijan. But if you start having US as an associate member, then you will have NATO coming in saying, what is the difference between EPC and us and other Western states? Why not Canada? I mean, so I think I would really see it at the red line for what the EPC means.
Thanks, Sébastien. Yeah, your first point resonates with my own thinking, namely that Baku is instrumentalizing, abusing the EPC as a platform to essentially whitewash its crimes in Nagorno-Karabakh, and having moved the contact lines there, a few weeks before it knows that it will play, keep up a charade in EPC format to be willing to negotiate, of course, the peace agreement on more favorable conditions, arguably, having strengthened its position on the ground in between summits of the EPC. So I think your first point is spot on and reason for reflection. Ilke.
Thank you very much. Actually, I thank you very much, Juan. I think your intervention was great food for thought. And I have been a person that believed in EPC and continue believing in EPC and for various reasons. And one of the main reasons for that is that it's not just the geopolitical context after Russia's invasion of Ukraine is changing the dynamics in Europe. It's also the geopolitical context in the world and geo-economic dynamics that pushes the European Union to collaborate and cooperate way better with allies, not only in the continent, but also beyond the borders of the continent. So for me, EPC is definitely a big part of the idea of reconstructing wider Europe, but it's also creating these geopolitical convergences and political cooperation, as Oana also has said, in the continent that will be necessary for the European Union to be competitive in a broader world. So for me, the more we think this out of the European context, the more beneficial European political community looks, at least to me. Because in different contexts, we keep on insisting on how the EU should invest in its alliances, how it should open up to other continents, how it should work on its dynamics to create better relationships, be it on trade, be it on industrial policy, be it on other dimensions. So for me, EPC brings that on board for the European continent. And secondly, we were discussing this principle of non-aggression and not changing borders by force as a minimum common denominator. And for me, again, looking from a broader perspective, it is becoming the minimum common denominator also in the United Nations, in the global multilateral context. So, of course, there are problems. No, it's like Azerbaijan is a good example of this, but this might, beyond the principles that we all believe and that constructs the EU's core, this might be the only principle that could be agreed by an international level. So for me, it is really important, even if there are problems in the implementation at this point in time, this is going to be key for moving forward. If EU can keep this principle on the table at the EPC, in United Nations and in different multilateral organizations, I will call it a success, even if it's definitely not ideal. And the third and last point, for non-EU countries, having an equal platform to talk to EU leaders is very valuable. And I personally keep on insisting success stories. No, I have been being a headache for the Spanish government, saying like, okay, what is our success stories for the EPC? What is our success stories now? But I think just like having this platform for dialogue with non-EU countries, the EU showing that they matter, they care, and they have a say in the continental affairs, is going to be very useful in the upcoming years, because they are not necessarily feeling so welcomed in continental decision making. And I think looking from a European Union point of view, the better they are on board for facing the common challenges, be it connectivity, be it supply chains, be it climate change, be it problems of digitalization, disinformation, etc., etc. The challenges that faces the European Union today are going way beyond its borders, and the more non-EU countries are on board for facing these challenges, or at least open for dialogue in some form or the other, the better for the European Union.
Ilke, do you want to briefly introduce yourself and your new affiliation, which is not known to many yet?
But I assume that everyone knows me, so this is Ilke Teuger, and I'm the director of IE Center for Innovation in Global Politics and Economics, super long name, at IE University, and a professor of geopolitics of Europe at the same university, a long-time collaborator of many of the people that are here. Thank you very much, Steven.
Thanks. Daniel.
Yeah. Thank you. Here. Daniel from the Euroárabe Foundation for High Studies, researcher on violent extremism and radicalization prevention. I would like to comment also on the informality thing, that maybe, as you were saying, in a poly-crisis environment, maybe it is an asset. And maybe it is an asset not only for our own crisis, but as Alvaro was saying, for thinking wider. What about Sahel? What about Niger? What about other, no? Because I think that the strategy here will be more important than the values, because the values, the conversation around the values is always tricky, because it's like we were clean and we were perfect, and other ones have this aggression, this aggressive attitude, no? And that the European Union is pulcher and clean. And of course, there has been an improvement and a peace development, but we have to also to assume and recognize that challenges have united us more than values in some times, like Ukraine crisis. So I was wondering whether this informality format can be an asset for this polycrisis and places for consensus, fostering consensus outside our declaration, but better of a quiet diplomacy or a friendship environment. And when talking about the US, maybe we can be worried to end like the American Organization for States, that whether the United States is post the conversation will always turn around US priorities. So maybe EPC can be this potential platform for fostering continental, but not European Union aspirations, and also to better implement strategic autonomous. And for example, I'm thinking in places like, for example, Western Sahel, where if you go state by state, China can be stronger, but if you count all European Union member states, investment and agreements are higher. So maybe seeing this as an asset, but I completely agree with Diego with this thing of the purpose. But I think it will be leading also more on this strategy, more than on the values, because I think we have to also self-reflect on what we are asking the others and what we haven't done in the past or in the recent present. So yeah, maybe this is my worries about this transatlantic cooperation, that I think there is many other places where this cooperation is taking place, and whether this informality can be a good asset.
Thanks, Daniel. Which raises a point I actually wanted to check with Alvaro. Spain, both in a further eastward enlarged European Union as well as in the EPC context, is in the periphery, and its most immediate concerns come from the south. You speak about, you know, it's necessary to partner up with third states. Arguably not just on the European continent, the geography of the EPC. If that is the case, what is the Spanish view on enlarging partnerships or inclusion of southern Mediterranean states, knowing that the EU's southern neighborhood policy is in tatters?
Oh, that's a good question. Spanish, from a geographic point of view, of course, is periphery of Europe, but has not been a peripheral country in European integration. We are part of all initiative of European integration, but one, that is the one on the European patent, because of linguistic reasons. Paul has studied that very well. And so we are a peripheral country from a geographic point of view, but not a peripheral country from the European initiatives, not only related with the EU, but with European institutions in general terms. So on the participation of our southern neighbors, that's something that, again, is not up to the presidency to decide that. But of course, we, as you know, one of the main traditional foreign policy priorities of Spain has been Mediterranean and looking to the south. You are today in the Euroárabe Foundation, that is very much specialized on that. But with what we have been doing at the Spanish government the last few years is to do not making compete looking to the east and looking to the south. The idea is Spain has been investing very much on our relation with Eastern European countries, with the Western Balkans. Our president has visited all Western Balkan states, with the Baltics, for example, with the eastern flank of NATO. Our presence of the eastern flank of NATO has incremented very much. So we have also a bilateral summit with Poland, for example. So our idea is, even if for Spain the southern flank has been a priority, Maghreb, even Sahel, but also the rest of the Mediterranean, this is key for us and is one of our main priorities. And we want to have a more relation with any European institution, and we push for that at every European institution. We don't want to compete. And in the case of EPC, of course, if we're able to put in place some programs, I think that would be nice. But from the point of view if this should be associated or not, this is something that the presidency should not be in charge of telling right now what is going to be the future for that. And only one thing is that the southern neighborhood in the Spanish presidency of the Council of the EU is working very much, and we expect to have at the end of the semester a meeting related with that. So that would be, that maybe could be important for your question.
Oana, sorry, Zdiga, but in view of the time and the coffee break in which we are already in theory, you've heard a lot. There were a few questions directed to you, but you heard observations also, some opinions from around the table. Your reactions?
Sure, and I also realized that I failed to introduce myself also. So I'm Oana Popescu-Zamfier from the Global Focus Center in Bucharest, and I also work with the European Council on Foreign Relations and the Institute of Human Sciences in Vienna. So on the issue of the purpose, if it will remain blurry and if it risks dying, the EPC, if it risks dying without clear purpose. So let me say that I think we have grown accustomed to taking a very Western perspective on things, which requires structure before anything else. And I think we are very uncomfortable in general with things that are unstructured. But the world isn't evolving in that direction. And for now, I think the EPC, well, initially, I do believe it was born out of a French idea of actually thwarting enlargement to Ukraine, but that hasn't really happened. So now it was a format without a purpose. But I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I think purpose can come out of a form. So you can have form first and substance after. And the reason for that is that it has organically developed out of a necessity to come together around the table and discuss. And so I don't believe that it needs a clear purpose right away, and I don't think that it will die if it doesn't have one. That works for the short and maybe medium term. In the longer run, that is actually an issue. That is a potential issue, and that's why I said maybe moving forward, we need to define common objectives, at least on a very wide strategic level, and at least with, you know, they can be more or less vague, but they need to be there, and maybe we also need to define some sort of principles, values, rules, precisely because, of course, like any format, it will be abused. So is it shocking that Azerbaijan is abusing it? Nah, I don't think it's so shocking. I don't think the format itself has been constraining enough that we have developed any sort of unrealistic expectations about it. It is vague and it's minimal, and at this point it shouldn't. I don't think we should attribute too much importance to it beyond what it can actually deliver. But even so, I do very much agree with Ilke when she says, even if we have some common understanding and principle that does get infringed upon, it is still valuable that it's there, even if on occasion countries happen not to enforce the respective rules and principles and so on. So I do think that the EPC has grown organically and it will continue to grow organically. So it's no, it's no accident that there aren't answers to all of these questions. I think the answers are being created. They're emerging. They're not there. It doesn't have, it didn't have from the very beginning these very clear rules of engagement. So everything is being negotiated. It's all about, and I can imagine that's the experience of every presidency, whether the Spanish one or the Moldovan and so on. It's keeping the juggling balls up permanently amid shifting circumstances. I think we also need to accept that Europe is multifaceted. And when we try to say, but Europe is like this, and we have these values, and we have the, well, maybe we do, maybe we don't. If we look around, and if we look at countries within the EU borders, including Hungary, and if we look at countries around EU borders, I'm not sure that we can say with confidence what Europe looks like on the global scene. And that is something that brings the age-old question of, are you supposed to engage with those that are not like-minded and with those that are actually in breach of your most fundamental principles and values? And that's why I said, Stephen, that the EPC comes around a very basic principle of non-aggression, in the sense that the principle of non-aggression itself can be read in different ways by different countries and leaders. Obviously, the Azeri participants, for instance, have agreed to participate in the EPC meetings that were born out of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So we can assume they distanced themselves from this kind of aggression, not necessarily from every other kind of aggression. And then, this is something that leaders will always do. This is the interpretation of rules and principles when they're not extremely clear-cut will always be there. And clearly the question will be, where do you draw the line? And it's a question. I don't think we have the answer. I think for now there is value in keeping the engagement, because a lot of countries around the world are not like-minded with us in the EU, for instance. So then if we close all of our doors, we have closed the door on Putin for very good reasons. But should we close the doors on everyone that is in some sort of breach of our values and principles? Probably not. But that will be for the member states to define. Just to see, okay, so for instance, the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, what's the added value? Well, frankly speaking, if you ask me personally, none. But that's because the sides, and at least one of them, doesn't really want an agreement. So that being said, the EU the EU endorsed process is blocked. At least theoretically, there's value in having, say, a more relaxed form of dialogue in a format that doesn't necessarily enforce the same rules and gives some space for something outside of the EU facilitated dialogue. But that is very theoretical. And as long as the sides, the parties to the dialogue don't necessarily want a resolution, it doesn't matter where you discuss it or how you discuss it, it will still get nowhere. So, but again, that doesn't mean the process itself isn't positive because at some point something might happen, something might shift. There, you know, and it's always good to have multiple fora where you can take advantage of that. At the US, I absolutely agree with everything that's been said. It would be a challenge to bring it on board. It wasn't conceived for that. I think, however, that is the source of concern to some countries, that the Macron idea was for this to be very European. And I think because of the lack of trust within the EU in what we understand by that, the immediate reaction from some countries is, does that mean diluting the transatlantic relationship and excluding the US from Europe? When we say European, does this mean we are making an effort to come together, or does this mean we are also pushing the US aside? Because the discussion without the US doesn't reflect the reality on the ground, where the US is a major player in continental security. However, that being said, clearly, if you have the US president in a room, it is very likely that this is going to become something else. So this is just one of the many things that are up in the air. In terms of how do we advance better in the global context, and I think that's an important issue that's been raised both by Teresa and Ilke. I think, again, this is another question that's going to take time to answer, which is the answer to more global challenges quantity, meaning something like the EPC, bringing more European countries around the table and around some form of common agreement? Or is the answer quality, which is the EU, and I'm talking now strictly from the perspective of the EU, might be more competitive if it is more focused and decisive because it already has the cohesion? And does it risk losing that cohesion if it expands the format to cooperation with other European states that are not EU members? I think probably the answer is both, and it will have to be weighted. I'm not sure. I'm not sure China and others want principles. I actually don't really see the perspective for legal external policy and so on and so forth, because frankly speaking, I think at this point at least, they're just playing the disruption card, and they're much more opportunistic, and they're much more about exactly realpolitik. But that's, again, that's an open question. And I think that is pretty much it. Yeah. No conclusion on my end, because other than the fact that I do think this is something that's really work in progress, and we shouldn't attribute, I don't think we should look to the EPC with too much hope in terms of just because we needed something that was larger than the EU, where I think we're trying now to infuse it with everything that we would have liked to see discussed and negotiated in this format. I think it's not there yet. I think it's advancing with very small baby steps. But I think we shouldn't also discount the importance of it doing so, and of the process itself. It's there. It's good that we have this process, irrespective of what it looks like exactly.
Thanks, Oana. To me, it's striking that convening 40+ leaders in Prague for a photo opportunity was seen as an achievement, sending a message to Mr. Putin in particular. One that was, of course, replicated somehow when meeting on the border in Moldova. I wonder if another photo opportunity is going to suffice in this respect. And so I think the onus is on the Spanish presidency somehow to see whether it's a security dimension around which the EPC was created can somehow remain, get an edge, a new edge perhaps. So good luck.
I only want to add one thing, is that the photo opportunity is going to be in Alhambra. That is it's a good place for a photograph. And the second one is we are going to debate also on the strategic agenda for the future of the EU in the informal council. To have this debate before is quite important for us.
Yeah, it has not escaped us observers that the EPC likes to meet in castles and palaces, but it will be a first perhaps in a Moorish one. Okay, apologies for the poor timekeeping. We have a break right now. We're in the good hands of the people of the Fundación to show us where, probably in the atrium downstairs. Okay. And let's try and resume, what shall we say, 11:45? Yeah, 11:45. Thanks.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you, Stephen, to ask me to moderate this second part of the meeting. I'm going to try to be so quickly because we are just not good on time. Then Steve rules still working. Just write your name and a short introduction. And I kindly ask you to stick to the schedule as much as we can, because if we don't, we are at risk to miss the lunch, and that will be a disaster. Then, without further ado, now we are going to have Barbara Lippert, that is going to introduce the migration session.
Yes, hello. My name is Barbara Lippert. I'm Director of Research of the German Institute for International Security Affairs, SWP, in Berlin. I'm happy to take part in the second round of the pre-EPC meetings. And the topic I'm talking about is EPC and migration. And I start to tackle this problem or challenge from my personal perspective of studying the European Union in the wider Europe, so enlargement, neighborhood policy, etc. My perspective is not so much migration itself, but I'm sure, and Marcus will follow on, I'm sure there are a lot of experts on migration here in the room. And of course, when I reflected a bit on EPC and migration, I realized that from Prague to Chisinau and now also to Granada, migration was on the agenda of EPC. It was discussed in the plenary sessions, roundtables, and there were some EU members like Italy and the Netherlands who took a real interest in putting it on the agenda. And when you think of non-EU countries like the UK, maybe they will make a whole EPC gathering around the topic of migration. So there is a keen interest in it. And I think when we discuss it here in this format where think tankers and other stakeholders in the issue of migration convene, it is, to my mind, important to look also at the political context in which migration is discussed. And here we see that migration is, in many EU countries at least, a strongly politicized issue. It is of high salience. It mobilizes parts of the wider public. It polarizes citizens. And this is not only because it is really a very complex issue, this is also, to my mind, because it touches upon many aspects like identities, for example, internal security, social policy, etc. So in a way, it's a perfect mix also for populist parties. And when leaders at the EPC level, which it is, discuss issues like that, they are, of course, aware that, that this issue of migration involves a lot not only of material costs, but also of electoral costs, at least for mainstream parties and politicians. And so leaders will have in mind also all these domestic conditions and constraints when they gather and talk about it. And one could, of course, say migration is the one issue besides security, of course, where it demands leadership. But my guess is that it will not be a result of an EPC and cannot be the result of an EPC gathering to produce meaningful results on migration. We see when we look at the ongoing negotiations on the Asylum and Migration Pact that this is highly controversial among EU members alone. So this will, I think, also go on, and the EU and also at national level is lacking really capacities for problem solving. And so this is really a very, if you want to frame it as a crisis, you would have to frame it as a long-burning crisis. And so this will be just one opportunity next week in Granada to tackle issues. I think at first sight, at least, there are a lot of arguments that speak against discussing migration at the EPC, in the EPC format. Obviously, we talked about the purpose and the origin of EPC, which is, of course, of a geopolitical origin with a clear, maybe even single issue, which is confronting Russia and building unity, a united front against Russia. And we are not used to frame the problems of migration in geopolitical terms. So we discuss it in many other ways. And so that would be the first argument against putting it on the agenda. The second one, and we tackled already, we touched upon it, is the composition of its membership or the participants. They fall into very different categories. We have among the 47 by now countries of origin, we have transit countries, we have countries of first arrival, we have those who struggle with secondary migration. And we all know, I need not say that here in Granada, that most of the arrivals in Europe are from Mediterranean countries, which are not part of the EPC. And when you look at Italy, for example, there the arrivals are mostly via Tunisia or Libya, etc. Of course, we have refugees from Ukraine, around 5 million across Europe, and we still have, not to forget about those who fled from Syria and are in millions, 3.5, still in Turkey. So these are, let's say, problems and which are already very present, but the distribution and also the taking over responsibility for refugees is very asymmetric across the EU and asymmetric across Europe, and also the impact, of course, political-wise, etc. And then, of course, this is a problem, a challenge, where the EU is divided. And so the idea to show a united front will not work, to my mind, with the topic of migration. And when you look at the overall trend, what's now in the reformed Asylum and Migration Pact, the trend is towards tightening rules, the trend is towards deterrence, the trend is towards discouraging those who want to come to Europe and to increase the capacities to return those who are not accepted as refugees or asylum seekers. And so concepts like safe countries of origin are also controversial. I have to say, also in my country, Germany, it's controversial within the government, and it's controversial across Europe. But the Commission, for example, in its proposals for the Asylum Migration Pact counts on this concept where we don't have harmonization among the EU members, at least. In Germany, for example, Georgia and Moldova are soon to be recognized as safe countries of origin. There is a debate in Germany about putting also the Maghreb countries on the list so that returns are more efficient and effectively. And finally, there's the argument that we have very different legal frameworks and we have very different ways of implementing these legal frameworks across Europe. And here I would say, here the EPC could dig in and leaders could share experiences in really implementing, operationalizing the migration, the different migration policies. And when you think a bit more about also the potentials and opportunities that EPC offers to this topic, again, of course, informality of exchanges could be an asset, where leaders are also in a way forced or asked to acknowledge what's going on in countries where migration is a hot issue. There are, of course, also other areas where one could find common ground and common interests, and that is controlling irregular migration, whatever the notion of irregular migration would mean, but that we should find some common ground when it comes to managing border control and respecting humanitarian and legal standards, so some sort of border control culture which we want to exercise. That would be, to my mind, a topic. And then, of course, the whole area of the external dimension of migration policy. And here maybe the notion of informality might not sound so positive, because we also have a trend towards informality, and I would arrange the memorandum of understanding with Tunisia and some parts of the EU, or the whole of the EU, I don't know, exactly as typical for this kind of informalization and also bilateralization, for which EPC could be also a forum, and that could, of course, be discussed with the pros and cons that go with it. And also more and more funds from the neighborhood financial instrument go into supporting border control, etc. So there's also some shifts which might be seen critically. What is more in the vein of looking for medium-term or longer-term issues connected with migration and mobility, which is a softer term, that is, of course, that we all, from north to south, from west to east in Europe, that we have problems with our labor markets in the medium term, and that we are in need of skilled people that work in Europe, that fill the gaps because of very negative demographic trends across Europe. And the only region where we find in our neighborhoods growth in demography is in the south. So the southern neighbors would be crucial for the labor market needs of all European countries. When you think of Ukraine, for example, and the demand for reconstruction, and won't be negative or too skeptic, but I think those who will return to their country could not really fill in all the gaps that are there, and also Ukraine before the war belonged to countries with a negative demographic trend. So this is an all-European problem, and of course we could integrate these issues in a more, let's say, open-minded and medium-term perspective into better balanced agreements with third countries, where the EU's interest is control immigration, but it must be more balanced and give and take. And this does not only mean to improve, let's say, legal pathways into the European Union's labor markets, but also be more concerned about economic development, governance in countries of origin. So overall, I think EPC could contribute a very small piece to this very complex issue of migration. It could foster more mutual understanding, give new insights, than really in a more operative way tackling the real problems. And maybe there would also be a chance to then to go back to the capitals and maybe support the many, many initiatives that are there already to support mobility and also integration of refugees and migrants, and support it not only with EU funding but also from national or other sources. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Now Marcus Carabias will participate, and after him the floor will be open to whomever else to want to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all. I'm Marcos Carabias with a new initiative, the Mediterranean Migration Asylum Policy Hub. Barbara, thank you very much for the impulse presentation, which sort of covered a lot of ground, I would say. So I would just tease out a number of points which I think are very interesting and have already been touched upon in the previous session. First of all, on the role of EPC, or the interrelationship between EPC and migration. Informality is one. And on the one hand, I would say that migration has become tailored to informal institutions or arrangements or practices due to the fact that the legal solutions are very hard to come about. So even in the pact negotiations, we see regional formations of states where they negotiate en bloc, the Med5, the V4. We see a lot of MOUs that essentially replace, let's say, or substitute for legal arrangements. But that's not only a European trend. We also see that in the context of discussions on the Global Forum, the Global Compact. So there is an aspect there where law meets governance and produces institutions and practices in the penumbra of legality, or at the seams of normativity and lack thereof. So on the one hand, it's nothing new. On the other hand, I agree with you that to a certain extent migration has become so polarized that it undermines the idea that EPC serves a common purpose or has to present Europe as presenting a common front, as it were. So if in the heart of the existence of the EPC, migration might be a problem, due to the fact that it's a polarized topic. Now, the truth of the matter is that there is an aspect of migration-related discussions that's already underway. That's the pact. The negotiations are protracted, and the majority of the legislative files have to do with the internal kitchen of the EU, allotment of responsibility and the question of solidarity. So I'm not sure whether the EPC formation has an added value for that, in the sense that these are internal dimension discussions, but then there's the question of the external dimension. I think this is where I would see an added value. Indeed, the composition is an issue in the sense that there are countries like Turkey, which already have an informal arrangement with Europe, the statements, and they are a third country of transit and very important. But you do not have the Southern Med countries, which are key in the debates. What I think is important is the equal footing of the participants' discussion. And I think this could perhaps be an entry point for the discussion, in the sense that, for example, Western Balkan states, they have a very they have a very specific kind of discussions with the EU. They have to move towards a transposition of the asylum acquis in the context of accession. So there's a difference between policy transplantation, as it were, and policy co-production. So if you're on an equal footing, the discussion can take a different turn. So I think that could be interesting in terms of format. And I also think that there's an aspect which was mentioned by Barbara, which very often goes amiss in the discussions, because we deal with the pact constantly, and the pact is about solidarity mechanism, responsibility, border procedures. This is very important. But then there's a question of how do we approach and deal with third states, the external dimension. The question of, for example, human rights conditionality. The question of putting meat to the concept of more for more, which is very, commission speak of let's do things better. What does it entail? And maybe discussion on that matter with states that are not EU member states could provide insight. So I think that could be interesting. Final point, not to monopolize the debate, but I think the impulse paper covered a lot of ground. There was a point mentioned by Joanna on the topics that could be discussed, lower intensity topics, food instability, climate change instability. And in that sense, the EPC could serve as forecasting, because migration flows from issues such as these. Not only conflict, but also food instability, climate change instability, they can be drivers of migration. So discussing on these issues can both serve preventively, but also as give the European political community an image of the problems that they might be called upon to deal in the future. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody? Ike, no, sorry, Elke.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the great inputs that were given. I have a bit more key question that goes to the meta-level discussion about migration, because discussing migration in a migration as an issue that is important for many countries in a pan-European forum is not a bad idea. But solidifying the attitude towards migration as let's stop migration, let's harden border control, let's work on this in EPC is politicizing the issue between Europe and the other regions even more. So I was wondering if we have any solution to that problem, because migration as an issue that is important to all EPC participants per se would be good if it is discussed in a pan-European forum. But how we can take this discussion out of only talking about how we are stopping asylum seekers coming to Europe, because then it's going to be like the center of discussion for the entire countries in the European continent. Now the EU is the problematic one, no? Like trying to push away people that are coming from third countries. If it elevates to EPC, then it's going to again become like the European continent also barrier, trying to keep people out. So this is a bit my dilemma in introducing migration as a topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara and Marcus, for this very interesting reflections. I was just listening Ilke, and because I was just thinking in all this within the context of the previous discussion around security, and just for this I was thinking in how EPC could somehow work around the concept of developing things in the frame of strategic communications. Because there are many things here. First, from building trust, we are seeing this kind of erosion. Many things we saw in the previous session, and like the hybrid threat, polarizing the division, social cohesion, and how we can build narratives. So maybe collaborating around strategic communication issues can be a potential approach in which collaboration can bring some kind of advances or moving forwards. The problem, again, is something we discussed previously, is that this requires a strategy. So again, I think bringing or identifying how working around strategic communications can serve as an element to building a strategy, identifying potential objectives, even around values. That was something controversial before, but finding value overlaps that can serve as a solution.
Teresa, please.
Thank you very much for the presentations of Barbara and Marcos. My questions are for both of them, because you have established the importance of establishing, the idea of migration inside the ECP. And this is kind of problematic for the South. And I want just to highlight some ideas. In the last years, we have seen the problems with the Ukrainian asylum seekers, but we have seen as well how Belarus weaponized migration, and it became a security issue. And on the other hand, in the case of the South, we have to remember something that is quite important and sometimes we forget. The COVID didn't kill too many millions in Africa, but destroyed 200 millions of jobs. And in the next years, the population will grow in such a way that it will become a problem, not of the south of Europe, but the whole Europe. I think, and we have to start taking seriously the idea of creating jobs there, not just because of the deterrence that you mentioned, or the idea of keeping them there, which is something very complicated since the European Union has been identified, becoming the reason why the right to leave a country is being restricted because of the measures that we are arranging with the countries of origin. And at the same time, sometimes we forget that previously the United Nations negotiated a global pact on regular, safe migration, and the member states were chaotic and were voting against something that was previously agreed inside the European Union, and we showed to the rest of the world that we didn't agree on migration. Ever since then, there is no quota policy in the European Union, which is the previous requirement in order to facilitate legal migration. So when we don't facilitate legal migration, we are promoting illegal migration. And there is something that we really need to do about that. thank you very much. I think this is something that this foundation is very committed with the integration of migrants, with the discussion with the countries of origin and transit countries. And it's not a problem of the South, it's a problem of the whole Europe, but I don't think that the whole Europe is looking at this part of Europe. Thank you very much.
Lucia, go ahead and don't forget to introduce yourself.
I'm Lucia. I'm a researcher here in the Euroárabe Foundation with a main line of hate speech and hate crimes. At the same time, I have another line of research. It's about authoritarianism and democratization studies in the Middle East and North Africa. I agree with what the rest of the colleagues they said about we have to think globally, and we have a gap in understanding the deep connections between what happened internally in Europe, this impact in North Africa, and the relation of migration with different policies that the European Union is making, not just in the migration level, even in other parts of the world, like, for example, Ukraine. The war of Ukraine is having like deep impacts in North Africa that is making the migrations flow change and even make it like bigger. It's not just about economical or energetic matter, it's also about, for example, the authoritarian paths that is established in North Africa. And as part of the forums that are researching about North Africa and the Middle East, sometimes the European Union will leave like gaps in the international relations that other actors are now starting to occupy, as for example, Russia and China in North Africa. And I think we have to be worried about what is happening in the tension between Algeria and Morocco, for example, and the Western Sahara, because we have like a kind of crisis that is close to explode now, and even we have also edged with a wave of repression that is making the protest so difficult, and even Tunisia with a regression in the democratic change. So all this for sure will affect migrations, and we are close to a big crisis in the North Africa policy that we are not ready to affront. So this is one point, and the other point is linked with the things you are talking about, the integration of the migrants. This last week is so hard week in Granada because we receive, like in the coast of Granada, we are receiving a lot of boats, and these migrants, even we don't have capacity to allow them in the centers. And this is not just a problem about Granada or about the South European countries, because at the end, these migrants, they are just in Spain for jumping to another countries, like, for example, Germany, for example, France, for example. So this is a problem we have to take all together, and especially because all the situation that we are not managing at the end is making the erosion of the democracy also in our societies. And me, as a person that I'm researching in hate crimes and hate speech, we was holding just some days ago here a meeting with all the stakeholders and NGOs that they are working with people that are suffering hate speech and hate crimes. And 70% of these stakeholders, they are working with migrants, but not only with migrants, also with the diaspora, and of course also with mixed families that at the end, they are citizens of Europe at the same time, even their background or their origin is not Europe. So I think like the integration of the migrants and the role that we have in this also have an impact in the view or the points that the rest of the countries have about the international relations or the policy of Europe. So I think it's a point that we have to see like completely, like in a complete photo, not just leaving some parts. We need to make a connection and just try to not have these gaps in the policies between internal, external, the impact of external, internal, and vice versa. So thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Hector, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's surprising and unsurprising at the same time that when we are discussing security, we focus on the East, and when we are focusing on migration, when we are discussing migration, we focus much on Southern Mediterranean. So it seems that security is a good topic for the EPC, but migration not so much. It's not clear, and this makes me wonder what happens with the European policy neighborhood. no? And if the EPC continues and does projects on Eastern countries and Eastern Europe and on wider Europe, will the future European policy neighborhood focus exclusively on the South? Thank you.
Yeah, well, the Visegrad group has thrived during the migration crisis with this negative agenda of migration. With the EPC being a loose platform, we could completely imagine that the EPC is hijacked or is a very, very nurturing space where coalitions of countries sharing views on migration could issue statements and strengthen their cooperation, their views on that within the EPC framework. We are we're miles away from having some kind of common position on these issues, as you mentioned. So this is a paradoxical thing. The EPC having a framework, we all think that necessarily it will foster cooperation. We don't think cooperation between whom? I mean, the EPC is also a platform where cooperation between liberal countries or countries sharing very restrictive views on the migration, so this can be strengthened. This is a place where socialization happens also among leaders like that. So it's not necessarily a good place where things will go so well. In the Visegrad, with the Visegrad group, it happened within the EU in a space where precisely the normative frameworks were much more stringent, much more, not the competencies, but still the framework was harder, was there. In the EPC, it is the far west, the far wild west. So you can imagine whatever informality can bring. As you mentioned, it is a very dangerous tool. That brings me to one thought. Clearly, this is where geopolitics matters. We don't have the same perceptions of risk. We don't have same perception of priorities, whether you are in Italy, in Spain, or in Poland. Well, we cannot solve it just like that. That means that brings down to the question of what makes us a community within the EPC. So far, not much. In terms of geopolitical prioritizing, well, it's far away. It's far away. The solution, well, one idea would be to think about, to tackle this issue. Why do people have, the ones living in Spain and in Poland, why do they have such a gap in their appreciation of what is important for one another? Well, they usually have that because they don't know so they don't experience the life of the others so much. That is where migration, internal migration, could be also brought through mobility into a positive agenda. Mobility of youth, so that people grow up knowing what's the reality in different parts of Europe. We have that on a very small scale. Well, Erasmus is small scale, still at 3–4% of students, so it's small scale. Within the EU, we don't have much of that on a bigger scale. So that would be one way of tackling the roots of this lack of understanding relating to migration without bringing a solution, but at least building people, generations of youngsters, understanding the views that of their peers far away in Europe, in this community. So that would be also one of these aspirational elements which the EPC could bring. Focusing on youth, mobility, a growing community of actors through intensive exchanges and so on. Maybe a more positive one than just closing borders and solidifying controls.
Siga, please.
Thank you. I think it comes on a perfect timing. I wanted to basically follow up on Florent's comment, not that much on Erasmus and other mobility programs, but on the V4, because as I mentioned, I'm representing here a Czech think tank, and this infamous V4 approach that we started seeing in 2015 is something that is very toxical, not just on the EU level, but also internally in the V4 countries. Basically, any kind of open discussion about migration as such is a political suicide for the politicians. And this toxicity of the political narrative among the society is actually a vicious circle that doesn't allow the V4 countries, or at least if I speak about Czech Republic, which I hope is one of the more rational ones within the V4. It doesn't allow the politicians to break away from this. And if we put this, concept of the EU framework and legislation within the new Pact for Asylum and Migration, the Czech politicians still see it as a constant battle, political battle, battling and fighting for the position of the Czech Republic. So in this informal setting of the EPC, I do believe that actually there is a space for the leaders, to be faced with a real picture of migration, maybe a more human picture of migration outside of this EU framework of the setting of, the working groups and the ministries and the prime ministers. So I do actually see that there could be a positive aspect of discussing migration on the level of EPC, at least for some of the V4 members. And actually, Barbara's colleague or former colleague, Dusan Relic, he was always saying that the work of think tankers is to be provocative. And honestly, if we talk about discussing migration on the level of or not only EU leaders, but prime ministers, presidents, I don't see anyone really digging deeper into what of a huge and enormous topic this is, and why not bringing in, intergovernmental representatives, CSOs, to actually bring this human narrative of what migration actually means outside of the EU legal framework.
Thank you, Siga. Now, last but not least, Steven and Diego will take the floor, and then Barbara will reply back, if you agree. Okay.
Thank you, Antonio. I just wanted to point out the facts helpfully collected at the EPC Observatory website. That on issues of migration, in fact, there have been now 6 initiatives out of 29 in total, across all topics, meaning about a fifth is migration related. 5 of those are UK inspired. There's one on youth, where Albania, Serbia, and Ireland have declared their political intent to develop a common EPC youth and diversity policy. We have seen, this was in the Czech Republic at the first summit, we've seen no follow-up on this. But the UK has doubled down on this. In Moldova, of course, there was token appreciation, support to Moldovan government for accommodating Ukrainian refugees, but hand in hand with the intention to begin negotiations on a legally binding agreement for repatriation of Moldovan, Moldovans apprehended for illegal activity, supposedly, in the UK. The other ones are with EU member states, with France and with the Netherlands as far as cross-channel irregular migration is concerned, a much closer cooperation on this. And the final one with Bulgaria, establishing a partnership on combating organized crime involved in illegal migration. Now, going forward, we have the Spanish Presidency playing migration down, if I may put it that way, simply because the preferred channel is understandably that of the EU, which ought not to be diluted in such a crucial phase of the negotiations of the Pact. I would expect the UK presidency to double down on its practice. The general elections in the UK are scheduled at the latest in January 2025, when Britain hosts the next summit in March outside of London. Rishi Sunak is still supposedly in place and using this as a platform to push the migration card. I suspect, apart from migration, Ukraine might come back, but this will be a biggie. And after that, Hungary, which might, go on steroids in its own appreciation of how migration policy ought to be framed. This quickly becomes, it seems, the most concrete form of declarations of intent, all the way to juridification of agreements, primarily between the UK and some member states, as well as third countries with which it otherwise doesn't have a platform or has lost a platform since Brexit. And so I wonder to what extent indeed the EU has, has any ability at all, to shape this particular debate if the presidencies, and again I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, provoking a bit, Alvaro, if the EU presidency does not, take more ownership of this debate as well. So kindly hear from you at that point as well. But back to you, Antonio.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Diego has the last intervention, please. Sorry.
Thank you. A couple of questions to Barbara and Marcos. Migration is going to be one of the main topics in Spanish presidency. Perhaps in the future, the Spanish presidency would be considered the presidency for an agreement in migrants and asylum seekers. There is a contradiction, a big contradiction in government and in public opinion. Because countries reject migrants, but need migrants to maintain welfare state. It's calculated that from now to 2050, European Union, the countries, will need 44 million people, 44 million migrants to fill the jobs to maintain the welfare state. But there is a reaction in solidarity. And the question is how to convince public opinion and governments of this contradiction, and what's the role to be developed, if possible, by EPC in relation with this question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for all the comments and questions. I just pick up on one or two. Maybe the first is on Ilke. I totally agree that it would be the worst outcome of EPC if the message, political message to the non-European, non-participating countries in the neighborhoods would be that the EU is now fostering some sort of wider Europe fortress. So that would be absolutely detrimental to the whole initiative. On the other hand, one, I think, just has to accept that EPC, as it stands now, with all the attributes which we've identified in the first and this round of discussion, is that it is a perfect opportunity structure for governments, and they make use of it in whatever direction they want to. So it can only be controlled in a, let's say, socially by peers, that also governments, for example, give Sunak a feedback on his ambition to instrumentalize it. And what I learned is that there is, let's say, some period in preparing a summit for EPC where a lot of contacts with other governments, Sherpas, etc., play a role. And of course, those countries who take an interest in making something useful out of EPC should, in this period, in the preparatory stage, be more clear about what they think should be the nature of these gatherings. But apart from that, I think it's very, very difficult if you leave it to the country holding the presidency in EPC how to set the agenda. But then again, you need not follow it. You can build your own roundtables and circles, etc. And so it depends on who takes the initiative and takes a real interest. As far as, let's say, going for, if I understood you correctly, let's say the reaching out to the wider public, what we know from G7, etc., that they should have a role. I don't think that this is as part of, let's say, the organization of EPC, a very practical idea, but to my mind, it should be part of the follow-up to involve them more, and maybe also in feeding into the program here and there some ideas, because the, in a way, ironic point is that we try, not we, let's say, those who want to have a, let's say, a real functional package on asylum and migration, that the Council does not refer the package to the European Council, because there you would have unanimity and you would have a lot of opportunities to block it for, let's say, not so constructive reasons. So it should be in the realm of the Council. And now we put migration in this EPC forum, where we have the, let's say, expectation that things would be dealt with more smoothly and that there is mutual understanding, etc., among one and the same people who would only behave differently because they know it's a different context. So I think it's very tricky if you put on the agenda issues that are so controversial inside the group that is leading from behind the whole EPC initiative. And here it again comes to the question how to really set it up. I think it's up to the next what we now used to call institutional cycle, and the political actors to decide on the future of EPC. I think there's a real option to now also formally decouple the eastern and the southern neighborhoods and then come up with something new. But we should have by now, for example, with the Union of the Mediterranean, etc., one among many, many, many fora where you could tackle migration issues in a different way, but it's also non-productive and does not lead to anything practical and reliable. So in a way, EPC is not to blame and fills in the gap also, but I would not overburden it and link it to all other dysfunctional fora that could be the death nail then. And EPC, to my mind, will live as long as the leaders attend. So that's it.
Thank you, Barbara. Now, Alvaro will take the floor in order to close this round.
I don't want to close this round. This is to have the final say. Only one comment that maybe we are comparing here pears and apples. Maybe they are two different stories. When we discuss about migration at the EU level, that's one issue, and we discuss migration at the EPCs and a completely different issue. So they are two very different formats. So in the informal council in Granada, we are also going to discuss migration and the pact, and And this is something that is discussed right now in COREPER, in the normal council institutions. And of course, in the case of Spain, we defend that there has to be some equilibria between solidarity and control of the external borders, that we have to focus very much on the external dimension of migration, and we have to assure that there's legal ways to arrive to Europe and to respect human rights. This is the Spanish position, and we have always defended that. And Spain is trying to push for all the legislative dossiers that are still open, and we'll see if it's possible. And in the case of the EPC, this is an informal format, so some of the initiatives that Stephen had mentioned, they are more bilateral or plurilateral, that could be that some countries could use the summit of the EPC for trying to reach agreement between them, because it's the perfect place for bilaterals and plurilaterals, but it's a different story from the EU institutions. So maybe we are pears and apples, but I love both of them, so it's not a problem for me. I would love the two fruits. That's
Thank you very much, Antonio, for moderating. Just to latch on to the last point, maybe I was not clear enough, but if the UK is able to pick and choose its top-up arrangements as far as migration policy is concerned with individual member states, and the EU institutions are not involved in EPC contexts, then it would be up to the EU member state holding the presidency, I think, to lean a bit more heavily in terms of coordination. But okay, that is up to the ministry to define, of course. I would like to close this conversation. Thank you very much, Barbara, for your introduction, also for Marcos for providing these helpful comments, for all of you, of course, chipping in. We move to the last clustered topic on connectivity. Paul had kindly suggested to moderate, but his seat is still empty. He's in an online meeting he could not escape. But I would like to keep it in the CIDOB family and volunteer Carme to moderate the session, if you're okay with that, Carme.
Sure. Thank you very much for this final surprise for me. I'm happy to moderate. Well, in connectivity, in fact, it's one of the issues I worked in CIDOB, so happy to pass the floor on behalf of CIDOB to Crisela. We start with Crisela and Ardian afterwards to talk about how we deal with connectivity in the EPC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carmen. We will switch. So actually, Ardian will start a first round, and then I will elaborate on some other points after him.
So, and as I don't have a choice but to obey, I will follow. And I will start by quoting Stephen when he said APC has endless potential, but actually what does stick? And I will talk about those things, we will talk about those things that stick. Being new at this APC discourse, what we notice, and we have taken a lot of notes, is that it looks a lot like the Berlin process. It has the same dynamic as the Berlin process. It has the same question marks as the Berlin process in the beginning. There's the same, I would say, almost cacophony of new themes, that are being added every year. The same importance of group photos at the end of the summits. It has the same building blocks, which are connectivity, which is the political will, and the role of certain member states in the European Union in this case, and the same threats, more or less, but scaled up. And I will mention here loss of transformative power of the EU. The Belt and Road is not, nobody has mentioned it until now. I think it has been only once, but it's a big elephant in the room. Russia is not relevant for me anymore. And the absence of resources. So, the Berlin process. We have been working on the Berlin process since 2014, actually, we organize every year Tirana Connectivity Forum, which is the place to go for connectivity in this part of the world. About the Berlin process, I would just say that it came back from the dead 2 years ago. We will have in Tirana in 2 weeks' time the Western Balkan Summit, first time that is being done outside an EU member state physically, which shows that the Berlin process is alive and willing and quite strongly. So if the Berlin process did it, EPC can also do it. And I'd like here to quote Ilke when she said that if EPC can create the right environment for Europe to grow and get secure, it will be perfect. We fully subscribe to this. What we'd like to also suggest is to adopt, until now, what we notice is that there are plenty of things, plenty of problems we are trying to solve. With Stephen, we have worked together on another approach for another endeavor, which is called appreciative inquiry. We will focus on what works. And we have noticed that connectivity is the least contradictory issue of everything that we have discussed about the EPC. I mean, everybody's happy about connectivity, more or less. So basically, we will try to be positive, to be ready to front the lunch. And there is a test case as well. I mean, something that has been working in our region, which is the Berlin process. So, given that we have this example, we know what can work. Now we will focus on how we can make it happen. And what we will do as well, from a methodological point of view, we will come down. We also, something that we noticed, and it struck us a lot. As you notice, we have been discussing a lot, not only on family issues, but mostly on EPC issues, is that here the discussion is being kept at a very high level about the presidency, about very important people, We will walk a layer down, we will go into policy making, because we have this impression that there we can have some entry points, and there we can have access into mechanisms and we can be more relevant and have more agency. And also the same thing we can do with the infrastructure projects, with the big projects. Actually, this is what we do with Tirana Connectivity Forum. Try to be relevant where we can be relevant there. So, and I will just add something, just to give you some other ideas. Basically, this APC is based, like the Berlin process, on 3 no's. No new budget, no new institution, no new legislation. Now, can European Union do something with no new budget, no new institutions, no new legislation? Throwing the question. This outer tier, it was mentioned before, of the EPC, is premised on the role of connectivity, which is transport, energy, and digital. In this Franco-German expert paper, with those circles, connectivity projects are the only one that go through all the circles. They cut all the circles. So it's something that every country shares. Wherever they are, they can be in roundabout Schuman, or they can be somewhere in the outer limits of Kazakhstan, or I don't know who is the last country on the east, for example. We also would like to add to this infrastructure-based connectivity, which is those big projects that we see, what we call people-to-people, and this is where the migration comes from, business-to-business, and this is where the supply chains come from, and institution-to-institution, and this is where all this debate is focused in. And when we say institutions to institution, it's in policy making, but also in setting up norms, technical standards, adopting the acquis at the lower level possible and up to the summits. Not only in technical and technological sphere, but in something which is extremely, extremely important. And we would like to bring it to this table, not only in the acquis, but on top of everything in good governance. If we manage to establish a minimum of good governance in policy making and on big project management in the whole this area, I think that APC would have created this, let's say, platform, this right environment, quoting you again, for Europe, not EU, for Europe to grow and be secure. And also something, and I will stop here and leave the floor to Crisela, is that we have to be aware, but very, very, very much aware, that in 2023, it's not the same like in 2014. The world has changed. And the further we are from Brussels, the bigger the competitive forces are. Okay, so we cannot accept the same reaction, the same behavior in roundabout Schumann and somewhere, 6 or 7 time areas further east. Well, further east. So I leave the floor to Crisela.
Yes, and I will continue with to elaborate on two main elements. The first one is one of the most important pillars of the Berlin process, which is the connectivity agenda. So Ardian mentioned that 2 years ago, the Berlin process, this intergovernmental initiative, was reborn, so to say, so came again to life. But we have to remember that it was born in 2014, and immediately a year after, one of the most important programs or pillars of this initiative was actually created, and this was called Connectivity Agenda. It basically, now it's called Economic and Investment Plan, because it's aligned with what the European Commission programs for the region are, basically. It aimed at the time to support the development of transport and energy, infrastructure in key road and rail routes, inland waterways and ports, but also electricity and gas transmission, but also the production of renewable energy. So between 2015 and 2020, it ranged around 1 billion euro in grants, and this is EU money, which was leveraged for this intergovernmental initiative, so relying on EU money for this package, to support around 37 transport projects, but also 8 energy infrastructure projects. And around 124 million euro was spent on technical assistance and project preparation. What I want to say is that since 2015, there is a lot and the rich experience and expertise in those connectivity projects, so transport, energy, but also digital networks that covered not just the Western Balkan region, but also a lot of member states cooperating mostly with our region. During this period of time, member states, but also the country, but also the Commission have worked together and gather substantial know-how, but also building best practices, a lot of mistakes during the journey as well, on how to develop multi-country connectivity project. This is possible, this was possible, it's still ongoing. Another element here that I would like to highlight is the socialization, that was mentioned as a term before, process which actually came out from this pillar, which basically allowed our national administration, so the technical level, which is very important, so coming down to this policy-making level that Ardia mentioned, to be better prepared in other processes and other development endeavors of our countries. The second point that I would like to elaborate is the political will. This is very important, and this again learning from the Berlin Process Initiative, which we argue that the EPC should actually gain a lot of information to tailor for geopolitical and geographical specificities, but upscale those best practices that were implemented during the Berlin process. I would like to mention one example, the Corridor 8. This is a horizontal corridor that connects Adriatic Sea to Black Sea. It goes through Italy, Albania, North Macedonia, and Bulgaria, which it was, again, during this frequent dynamics in the framework of the Berlin process that it got, again, on the table of the policymakers, because it was there since 30 years ago, discussed and whether it should be financed by EU, etc. But it was only during this initiative that it got, again, traction, and it was discussed at multi-levels, so not just the high level, the political level, but also businesses and also think tanks community. And a year ago, we actually managed to have it in the Trans-European Network map. It's the map that European Commission provides for its transport corridor in all Europe. Because it was not before. And now it's there, and it allows for, especially now in the context of the aggression in Ukraine, it allows for this corridor to be as well a security and geostrategic corridor, because it goes through 4 NATO countries, and it's a horizontal corridor which is missing from the whole map of the corridor that the EU has has in place. The political will. The Berlin process is actually the only, at least to our knowledge, intergovernmental initiative which is led by an EU member state, Germany in this case, in which non-member states, in this case the Western Balkan 6 countries, enter into a multilateral dialogue with the Commission. Normally, all the countries in the region are in a bilateral dialogue with the Commission because of the accession process, the enlargement process. So they dialogue, there is a bilateral dialogue going on. But through this initiative, it's a multilateral format. It has been very important also to address a lot of issues that affect actually the enlargement process. And through this initiative, many of the challenges that actually are still persisting with the enlargement policy came out to light and were further worked in different layers. So the Berlin process did another thing, bringing these member states and as well EU political will to support connectivity and regional cooperation. I will mention here two examples. 3 mobility common regional market mobility agreement were signed last year in November through strong support of Germany here. To make it very clear, now the Kosovars can enter not only 2 border crossing points to Serbia, but all of them. Before it was not possible. And this is not discussed as an issue that was, it's bringing an initiative that's bringing concrete impact for the citizens, I'm meaning. And the second example I would like to make is the roaming agreements as well. This was also within the region, so the Western Balkan 6, but also now it is being worked on EU level. So for the tariffs to be lowered or eliminated at all for the Western Balkan citizens when traveling into the EU. So concrete examples of connectivity initiatives, hard, but also in terms of common regional market, that have, during the time, produced a lot of concrete results for the citizens. And I will conclude by saying that the initiative per se started as intergovernmental, so high level, so prime ministers, presidents, and depending from, of course, the organizational setup of each state country. But actually it grew since the second, I would say, year summit. It was Austria having the presidency, but because also here we have each year a presidency coming and chairing the initiative, as in the EPC. That actually brought in the businesses, the civil society organizations, think tanks, also youth, and then after the Austrian presidency, for example, it was France that brought in the youth mobility very strong in the agenda of the initiative. So again, political will that can make a difference in those areas that are relevant for, not just for the member state, in this case having the presidency, but also for the citizen of the Western Balkans, in this case, that are concerned, that are impacted by this initiative. And I will again pass the floor to Ardian to conclude.
So just to conclude, basically we are talking here about practical achievements, okay? Things that we can show that have been done. Second, given the scale and the coverage of the EPC, we would very much put the accent on learning from the competition, successes or failures. Compare with Belt and Road, there is nothing wrong. What they do better, what we do better. If we understand what we do better, we can improve it. The other issue is to use the existing regional cooperation structures. I mean, Transport Permanent Secretariat, Energy Community. They are doing a very good job. Let's see how can, and what is beautiful is that there are members of the EPC that are also members of Energy Community of Transport Permanent Secretariat that can also be financed through the European budget lines. Let's see how we can kind of use what we have already available, and it is possible, it is being done. Seize the momentum. There is an ongoing budgetary planning for the new multi-annual financial framework. What would be interesting is not to send all the money to the EPC. I mean, this now, because we wanted to come to the Western Balkans, but to identify pilot projects that can be built up as best cases, where we can show what works and crowd in international financial institutions. The example of WBIF, or Western Balkans Investment Framework, it is a very good one to follow up. Build up best cases of cooperation. Try to understand what works and why it works, and if it can be identified or separated in modules and build it and multiply it somewhere else, scale it up. And also, I would also bring here the idea or the goal of setting up alliances with other connectivity initiatives, the IMEC being the last one, trying to work with friends. Well, I mentioned bringing here the IFIs or third actors for financing because we have to find the money somewhere and the EU doesn't have any money, all we know this. And the idea would be to create for the EPC this pan-European area of regulation norms and standards in technical issues, but also in good governance. This is where we are a superpower still. And finishing, we would say that we should be given it to the EPC the space to adapt and grow. We don't know what tomorrow will come, but we know that it must be based on European values, it must be based on resilience, and we must be based on what works. And also here we will finish by saying the most important of them all. We should make it legitimate. And by making it legitimate, it means involving as much as we can citizens in every layer of governance.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. I don't know if we have questions so far. If not, okay, you can. Otherwise, I will keep mine for the end. Steven,
okay. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Carmen, and of course, Grisela and Ardian for the input. I have a similar concern as with the first session. Yes, great potential. Why hasn't it delivered? If you look at the current connectivity related declarations of intent, they are mainly focused on the EU and only came about really in the second summit in Moldova. Out of a spirit of boosting the resilience of a fragile country on the border of armed conflict, or incorporating part of a disputed territory itself. You mentioned the transport community, you mentioned the energy community. When you mentioned roaming, lowering roaming charges, the EU is central. Its standards and procedures and budget are central. And so I'm left wondering whether there's any potential for connectivity projects between non-EU countries in the EPC context. Because even if you mention Western Balkan, okay, that's a question I suppose to you. Is there any potential for Western Balkan, South Caucasus cooperation on in some of the corridors, transport corridors, or electricity markets, etc., beyond the established frameworks which include the EU? You mentioned IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe connectivity corridor, or whatever you call it, which is supposedly kind of a challenge to the BRI. Again, it rests on the economic center of gravity, which lies in Western Europe, where governments are constrained by the EU rules that they have to play with. So again, it brings them in the EU. So my question really is quite simple. What really is there in unique, as a unique selling point, so to speak, for the EPC to do beyond what the EU is doing already?
Can I respond to this?
Can I jump in, because it's a bit related, and then you can respond? Thank you very much, because my question was a little bit also not only on the delivery, but even in the nature. I was already going backwards to the first question that we had at the beginning of this morning, when we were asking about the EPC main purpose. What is the main purpose of EPC? Because I have the feeling that we have started talking about the EPC as a framework for political or geostrategical dialogue, and we end up talking about the framework for projects and practical achievements, which means that not only because we already have agencies, we have tools, we have bilateral projects or programs like the Berlin process that you were already mentioned. So my question is, do you think that the future of the EPC, in fact, is to stick and grow with these two different souls?
Okay, thank you so much. Just I have a question regarding to the question of the legitimate the agenda and not keeping politics in the high level that you was mentioning. There is like concrete initiatives about multi-agency that take in account the whole of society approach and which is the role of the civil society in all of this strategy, because in some ways this could be a good start for introduce other topics of important topics in a lower intensity topics. Like we can discuss about lower intensity topics and then related have a relation, no, or build a relation with other important topics through the strategic communication. So I don't know if you have like specific and concrete actions in this. Thank you.
Teresa Fajardo.
Thank you. I have a very peculiar question because when you describe the connectivity, it's clear that Kosovo is out of the formula. And in this particular case, I wanted to share with you a reflection on this particular issue. Because as I mentioned some years ago, I prepared a report for the European Commission on environmental crime in Kosovo. In that report and the thing I published about that, I was quoting Michael Ignatieff's work on the Empire Light. And he criticized the fact that the European Union thought that sowing money that we were going to grow democracy in Kosovo. So the critic was terrible because they were saying that we are trying to grow democracy, just giving them money, and we didn't reach any of the results that we were looking for. And then the other comparison, the idea that the US aid in Kosovo was achieving results because they were putting the money on the American companies that were growing services in Kosovo. I suppose that these formulas were not so real, and I'm sure that there are many mistakes about that information, and things have changed in Kosovo ever since I made this report. But I would like to have your opinion about this, because we haven't mentioned the United States of America intervention in the area. But it's true that when they do it through their multinational companies, and they provide services. Can you tell me something a little bit more about this idea of providing services, introducing multinationals? How is this working? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ilka, you have.
I thought you were going to give them back the floor. But this is great because I actually wanted to build on what Stephen has said about the EU's already existing initiatives and added value of EPC. For me, the connectivity issue is in the intersection of what is internal and what is external for the EU. Because until now, the connectivity issues are much related for integrating Western Balkans and association trio to the EU as associate partners. Now, it's like that this goes very much to the heart of the association agreements. There are many things related to the internal market that is connecting to these countries, to the EU. But the EPC side of things, at least in my mind, is more of the part related to the external relations of the European continent to the rest of the world. So preparing the European continent to the geopolitical and geoeconomic competition of the 21st century. So in my mind, at least in my conceptualization of EPC, that the more we invest in connectivity projects, securing supply chains, securing collaboration between EU and non-EU, the better we are positioning the continent towards the external. So the EU side of things are internal, and it is very much at the heart of the association agreements that already exist, but EPC side of things are rather external and like better positioning the European continent. So that was a bit what I was thinking when Stephen was asking his question, but I wanted to put back the ball to your court and just understand what you think on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, on Stephen's questions, EPC unique selling points about connectivity. There is a huge competition with the Belt and Road. There is a huge competition with the Americans. There is a huge competition with, now with the Global South, in which European Union is. And to our understanding, the biggest competitive advantage of the European Union, it's its profile in good governance and in excellence in infrastructure project in this case. And also the fact that it has the best, let's say, political system for the moment. So, I mean, if we want to study, if our kids want to study abroad, they will not, I mean, they will prefer to go to Western Europe instead of any other country. We should build on our competitive advantages. How to translate it in practical terms and respond to your question at the same time. The unique selling point would be mostly two in this case. The first would be to create the ground for high quality endeavors. I will not call them projects, but it's endeavors. And citizen-centered investments in all these areas to give them a taste of what Europe means, not only as a geographical location, but as a way of living. Having better roads, better insulated houses, better police. I mean, things that if we have, for example, if the Albanians have in Tirana, they will not emigrate to UK, for example. No, UK is not a good example. Will not emigrate to Germany. So this is the first thing. This is still a very good selling point. The second one is to help European companies to be more active, to sell their products, to build roads, to build energy generation units or transmission powers, etc., in those countries. Otherwise, if they do not have this chapeau of political support, they will have less chances to win vis-à-vis of their competitors. The two souls of EPC, political and practical, they are both necessary for this very same reason. You cannot win a huge infrastructure project if you do not have political backing. So it is absolutely needed, but it should not stay only at political, and it cannot be done only with practical. The role of CSOs, I'll do my list and afterwards. The role of CSOs, what can be done? I mean, we have been trying it in the Berlin process. We have been, CSOs is a broad church, and it's a very good thing because you can bring people in a conference room, a lot of people, but it's a bad thing when you need to take a decision or when you start discussions. So what we have done is that we focus on connectivity, and we have set up two circles for the moment. One is of CSOs in the Balkans that are specialized on infrastructure projects. And the second one, it's another group of CSOs specialized on common regional market. So we work by sector, CSOs by sector. And not only to monitor how the Berlin process is going, but also, key word here is to engage. Basically, to benefit from every entry point and mechanism that we have available to be a bother and to be an actor, not a bother, a constructive actor for the policymakers. What CEPS is doing with the Observatory of the EPC, I think is a very good first step. But in our very modest suggestion, the next step would be to go from information sharing and monitoring into policy-making engagement on specific policies. On connectivity, Kosovo out of formula. I wouldn't say so. And I'm not a fan of Kurti, but under the Kurti government, Kosovo is building a very good example of good governance into policy making. Kurti is among the very few prime ministers in the Balkans which is not accused of corruption, of connections with mafia, and all these kind of things. I mean, he may be accused of many other things. I will not judge him. But corruption or bad governance, no. This is the first, and we hope one of the reasons why we want people like Kurti to come into the Western Balkans is to show to the population, to the 17 million people there, that you can be a good politician even if you are not corrupt. And you can stay in power and you can win elections even if you are not corrupt and you do not work with the oligarchs or with mafia. About the role of US companies. Are they favored when they get public money in Kosovo? It is a very interesting question because as you were asking this question, at this very moment, as we talk, there is a judicial process going on in Pristina where the former Prime Minister Ramush Haradinaj is called to the bar to witness about an extension of the contract of 56 million euros done through an order which is now bring to court to Behtelenka, which is an American-Turkish company. Is being accused of corruption or corruptive practices. So we cannot say it's corrupt or not because the judge has to decide, but it's an example. And yes, Americans are having a lot of single-source program. For example, this Skavica power plant in the border between Albania and North Macedonia. These two power generating ships that were brought to Vlora port in Albania 2 years ago, they have not produced a single watt of energy. They are being paid single source. And I can bring you, I mean, everything that has been, this highway that is connecting Skopje with Ohrid Lake, single source again, Behtelenka. The highway that connects Pristina with Skopje, single source, Behtelenka. But Americans are not the only ones. We have Germans, we have Paris, Metro, Belgrade Metro, it's single source. And in this case, it's even better because the French are working together in partnership with Chinese. And everybody's talking about Chinese, nobody's talking about the French. So this is the reason why I mentioned before, trying to be as realistic as possible. So if we want to have access to those big contracts, I said, we need to have political support.
Maybe to complement on some elements, but Ardian provided some elaborations. But on the multinational companies, because I think that was, or the internationals, it's a broader term. It is also through the very connectivity projects, but also through the different initiatives that different development agencies from member states came into having a bigger role in the region. I will mention the last, let's say, example from Albania, which is the French Development Agency, which actually now signs directly framework contracts with the EU within the economic and investment plan. So from being an outsider to the region, through the different connectivity initiative, but also the different mechanisms that are in place to monitor or to select or to prioritize those connectivity projects, actually different development agencies, different companies actually enter into business and come and implement those projects. Some examples were made, basically. On the civil society, the first think tank, pre-EPC think tank forum was done in June, right? You mentioned before the first one. In May, yeah. So just these facts show that immediately in a year of time frame from the first summit, there is a vivid, let's say, response from the civil society and the think tanks community. It shows that there is interest for independent opinion and expertise from this community for certain type of initiatives, and in this case, EPC. When it came to the Berlin process, it was so since the second, let's say, presidency, the Austrian. It depends really on what the priorities are on the table for a single summit, for example, and whether civil society of those countries concerned by the specific initiative are eventually have an interest to provide their contribution to the topics or to the decision that are made, if there are made decisions, basically. So it really depends on case by case, and it really depends on the single countries, whether they show interest or their, let's say, civil society community shows interest to a certain topic. So it's, there is no formula when it comes to civil society engagement, but normally, when it comes to connectivity, when it comes to regional cooperation, there is always a high, let's say, a response from the civil society sector coming from member state as well as from other non-member state countries. To Ilke, when it comes to why the enlargement process cannot, or the association agreement cannot, cannot perform the role that they are for, they can, of course, but sometimes they are very top-down, or let's say characterized by very top-down elements, meaning that certain societal actors are out from the game, basically, because it's the very DG or the very commission that negotiates or discusses the technical matters with the government of the country, for example. In this case, several initiatives can bring an added value by complementing what the enlargement policy, for example, is delivering in this case, and bring in that missing element which is relevant to back certain processes with monitoring from the ground, the accountability, let's say, processes that sometimes are missing when it comes to a bilateral dialogue between governments and the Commission. So in this case, I think they can provide a complementary function and also, support eventually the policymakers that are in charge that will be taking decisions. This and something that, about the corridors that Stephen mentioned, that you are not seeing really on the ground that much of connectivity. It's true in the sense that they require it's a huge time frame which it takes, you know, to put in place a connectivity project. You need only 3 or 4 years, correct me if I'm wrong, to come to a feasibility study. It's a long process there. You have to align to the EU requirements, meaning same standards that the EU is actually implementing in their member states to be adopted and implemented in non-member states. So it takes a lot of time to work with the administration to come to that, let's say, first starting point, having, for example, terms of references ready. And then when it comes to implementation of the projects, we are now, for example, Albania is having the railway section, which will connect the Tirana to Durrës, the main city where the main port is basically, the second city, sorry, where the main port is located. I think 40% of the works are done, and the project was financed in 2016 through the Paris, the time was the French presidency of the Berlin Process Summit. And so it took a lot of time to come to this, so to say, level where we are now. So this to say that it requires time, but it's an exercise for our countries to learn how to cope with certain elements that come with those connectivity projects, and learning by doing, basically. But of course, developing in the same time, right? Because you need to be connected to kind of address several challenges.
Well, I think that there are no more questions, so thank you very much to both of you, and we can go to the conclusion. So the floor is for Hector. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We managed to stay on time. I wanted to start thanking the Foundation, especially Lola, Dani, and Lucia, who have made this very easy. I want also to say the name of Julia Pamias, my colleague at CIDOB, who has made also this possible, so thank you to all of you. So about the conclusions, much has been discussed here today. It's almost impossible to sum up everything. I believe that this is, as we've said in the first panel, work in progress. So these conclusions cannot conclude anything. And the discussions around the nature of the beast, I assume that will continue. So as in European studies, once we have studied the nature of the beast, I assume also that if the EPC ends up delivering or can deliver concrete policies, we will study the kind of policies that EPC produces and which ones succeed, such as the ones of connectivity and which ones do not succeed. And I don't think it will get as far as to see the politicization of the EPC. And so we won't study its contestation unless, of course, we focus on migration. Then it will be another story. It was clearly stated that its purpose, the purpose of the EPC, is blurred, and that its flexibility is an asset, and that the EPC has two souls, no? Let's call the political one and the one of the projects. At CIDOB, we are part of a project called Open European Dialogue, which essentially is a network of national parliamentarians. It started as only EU national parliamentarians, but now we have MPs from wider Europe. What we do in the project is similar to what the EPC intends. There's no final declaration when they are together. There's only a minimum agenda, and the added value is the process itself. Its flexibility, and that there's trust building that is generated among the parliamentarians that share the European geopolitical space. But it is also true that from time to time there have been concrete deliverables coming from the network itself. So as the EPC, so far we have succeeded in maintaining the network alive. So has the EPC. The parliamentarians see the added value and keep coming, so the EPC could go either way. Every meeting is a success because the leaders show up and they can think together without the constraints of a declaration or agenda. But if they get tired of it, it will disappear. Good news is that our project has been alive for 8 years already, so the potential of the EPC can still be unleashed. Then, of course, there are issues to be resolved. Flexibility is an asset until it will be not. The minimum common denominator may change over time, and we may need to find a different minimum common denominator. Political will may not be enough to keep the EPC alive if deliverables come from somewhere else, and using the EPC for certain issues can become problematic for some states. Also, the relation of the EU with the EPC and the different visions that member states may have of the EPC can tear it down. We'll have to see. However, as we have seen during this morning, the quantity of issues that can be discussed in the context of the EPC are unlimited. Luckily, we have the Observatory that will allow us to keep track of everything. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much, and hopefully see you in London.
Well, yeah, and thanks Hector. Indeed, we will see. I mean, from our side, we will digest, of course, the discussions. They will feed into a reflection paper, which we'll publish, taking into account the outcome, the commitments made at the Granada summit of the EPC. We will document diligently in the EPC Observatory, of course, and try to keep track of the implementation of these initiatives, which is not easy because they go over so many tracks, may converge, but then depart again, diverge again. But we'll try to do our best. What we would encourage, of course, the impulse givers to do is to take into account, the discussions we've had today, to shape up their input notes into publishable commentaries, which we'd be happy to, of course, put online if they so desire. We hope to plan for a think tank forum near London in March. And for that, with your tacit support or otherwise, we will apply for funding for a follow-up project, which I think indeed should be focused much more on policy analysis, as has been suggested. I'm not sure that advocacy is the name of our game. It certainly is Open Society Foundations, of course, so thank you very much, OSF, for making this possible, this gathering. Like Hector, I would like to thank all the participants for coming to Granada, for your contributions to today's debates. Thank you to the impulse givers for your contributions, to Antonio and to Carme as volunteer co-moderators. Good luck to Alvaro and the Spanish presidency at large to shepherd the discussions in the EPC towards a concrete outcome. CEDOB, of course, for the pleasant and very smooth cooperation. I believe lunch is served downstairs. There will be dinner for you that have opted into. Hector has the details, so perhaps you could still say something about that. My last words are, we will send around a claims form to all of you to seek compensation for the travel accommodation costs that you have incurred within the preset limits. We know that there were a couple of exceptions, of course, on a bilateral basis. Hector. Okay.
Yeah, so the restaurant for dinner is Mama Samba.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, sounds nice. The address, maybe I can circulate it in the email chain, but the time, yeah, okay. The booking, the reservation is at 8:30. I think that's all the info you need. I assume that the food will be excellent, as everything in Granada.